Okay, hello everyone. And hey, Comp, thank you so much for these 6 months. I appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Oh, that was a very delayed alert. I gotta fix that one of these days. But thank you, Comp. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And how's everyone else doing? I hope you're all having a lovely weekend so far. I had to, I had to dig deep to find a shirt that didn't have cat hair on it. So, I thought the funny tuxedo shirt would be funny. Reckless Monster, good to see you. Fleece, hope you're well. Chiz Chima, appreciate the kind words. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Priz, good to see you. Pup T, hope you're great. Al, how you doing? Don't you love spending 12k souls not getting DLC items because people don't play the game anymore? I decided this is the best option. Oh, it's lovely, Al. And then they get so angry when you call them out for making requests for changes that they don't actually intend to stick around and see the impact of. You remember when this happened? About 2 years ago? And they tried to gaslight us into thinking that wasn't the play? I'm not bitter about it. Jester, how you doing? Hope you're well. Harry, good to see you. Finally checking back because I played Wonderlands as well and came around using Twitch on Google. Nice, nice. Fancy T. The Met Gala like a week or two ago. Yeah, I saw General Radon while I was there. Did you guys follow the memes during the Met Gala where people would just start shitposting about various characters from various things showing up, and there was a tweet about General Radon from Elden Ring showing up? It was great. It was really funny. That was like my favorite Twitter meme of the year. Hey Amber, thank you so much for the Prime and the 11 months.
And she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Quag. Damn, that's a lot of months.
That is a lot of
Purple
months.
heart.
Purple heart indeed. Time's crazy. Time's doing weird things. Fancy Quag, yeah. Fancy Quag. It's a long sleeve tee. You can't really see it very well, but yeah, it's just a long sleeve tee. It's tuxedo. I thought it was funny. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. Finding it hard to stay positive today and not playing until Loot's in the Chaos Chamber stream always makes it better. I'm happy I could provide that. I think my niche in this sea of negative shit, aside from providing, you know, fact checks and math and builds and all that good stuff, I'm just gonna keep trying to be positive. Like, and it's not hard to do because I do enjoy the game and there are good things being added at a pretty decent rate. You wouldn't know it in some spaces of the internet. So I'm just gonna keep doing that. Didn't even realize it was D had me fooled. Let's go. No, you're slowly going insane trying to get DLC 2 items. But geez, it's so much better, he said while not touching the game. How you doing, Rapid Fire? So, there's a couple non-uniques I'm after right now. I want a Cryo Stoker launcher with micro rockets. That's priority 1. Second thing, I want a Boilermaker, which is a black powder shotgun, with a 2 mag and 19 projectiles. So 2 very specific rolls. We're gonna hit the Chaos Chamber for those. Other things I am after that can drop in the chamber. I'm trying to think about it. I like to have like 3 to 5 items that I'm kind of just keeping an eye out for. I could use a better Queen's Cry. I want a Primordial Liquid Cooling. I haven't used Queen's Cry post buff, so looking forward to that. And Liquid Cooling, if you guys didn't get the memo, it's very confusing with lots of value changes and whatnot. But Liquid Cooling, now, today, on May 21st, 2022, is stronger than it was on launch. Because they buffed it by something in the neighborhood of 60% with the patch. And then, once you factor in the fact that Soaked is a mechanic that exists now, that didn't when Liquid Cooling was at its peak power, Liquid Cooling is now stronger than it was when everyone was using it. So that's pretty cool. My man dressed up. No, it's a long sleeve tee, Sweaty Palms. It's so good, right? See, I don't know how I can move to make you see it, but yeah, see? It's a long sleeve tee. It's so cool. Featured is good this week too, because first Obelisk boss drops Amalgams and Ruby Spite. Amalgams too? I thought that was a... Actually, no, you're right. You're right. Yeah, that is that boss. Huh. I've only been getting Ruby Spites from him, but Yeah, both good drops. Both good drops. But is it a headcanon? Headcanon's so fun, Cheese. I'm so glad that you, like, were the stand for that gun that made everyone else slowly see the light. Headcanon's sick. I love it. Hey, Chippy, how you doing? Taking a break from Tina's and starting up Mass Effect Trilogy? Ooh, yes, yes, yes. Taking breaks is healthy, and Mass Effect's amazing. I wish you best of luck with that. Keep us posted. Maybe not with story stuff, because I want to get more people into it, but, like, how you're enjoying each game and that kind of stuff. I want to live through you. I might play through some Mass Effect, like, the next week or so, honestly. Legendary Edition's over a year old now, and I haven't done my annual playthrough yet, so... Also, my Stabbo Claw has no problem fighting Solissa, which is good for me. That's 6, or nice. How long do you think it'll take people to realize cooling's even more insane now? I'm not sure, Comp. I don't know. I don't know what it takes for people to realize these things, because I don't know how they arrive at the conclusions like 2% buff. I don't know the thought process. Couldn't begin to tell you. I imagine once more people see it being used in content, like from content creators, then maybe it'll catch back on. But yeah, liquid cooling's better than it was on launch, so like, cooling now takes build investment, they won't. Yeah, that's probably the play. That's probably the mentality there. I never understood what smart casual actually meant. Then you turn up that T and a BD, it all makes sense. It's a fashion statement, but I'm here for it. I'm kind of vibing with it. I'm feeling myself a little bit. I might make this part of the rotation. In Bertow and Wonderlands want to play something else, and you deciding to hang out with the community and share your excitement for playing something else without shitting on Wonderlands is exactly how I wish more people would go about that. So I commend you, Chimpy. You're going about things in a positive way. And playing other games to avoid burnout is how I got so much time in BL3. Because if I'd played that game and nothing else in that game over that 2 years, I wouldn't have gotten half the playtime I did. I would have gotten bored, I would have gotten toxic about it, and I would have lost interest. So, good on you taking breaks. Good approach. Anyway, so, let's go farm some shit, yeah? I did make some bank space. I don't remember how much I made, because I did this while I was feeling not very good last night. But I made some bank space. Healthy gaming cycles? What are those? Yeah, Comp. I can relate. Ooh, Hellfire. It's chaotic, but like, only one augment. I want to get a Primordial Hellfire. Hey, Fatal. Notes say Frost Gun scaling minus 5.9% and a cooling damage scaling plus 7.8%, which is why people are thinking it's only 2% buff. The damage formulas and how they work are public domain. That's not how math works. It's like how people were saying that the mood ring getting reduced from 100% on the conditional boost to 33% was a 67% damage loss. Like, no, that's not how that works. This is just like, this is the math you learn in grade school. Hey Kitty, how you doing? Really play any of the games that I love watching the content be in the community. Always great, even if you're burnt out, to be honest. Yeah, there's so many games that I've watched Cheese play, for example, that I had no personal interest in playing, but still got a lot of enjoyment out of just watching. That's what happens when you're around for the people, rather than anything else. I just also happen to love this game, so like it just works out well. Hey Chester, how you doing? There's stuff I don't like about every game I play. There's no point in bitching or complaining, it gets you nothing. Exactly, Chimpy. Exactly. So, the launcher we're after, I want an upgrade for this. This is a Sermon with micro rockets as the underbarrel. Now, I want one of these in higher chaos here. I think I want a ×1, which might make it a doctrine. I don't know how launcher naming conventions really work in this game yet. But basically, I want a cryo Stoker launcher with underbarrel. micro rockets and a big mag. That's the goal. And then I want that Boilermaker shotgun. I don't think I kept the example one, but this is a kettle drum. This is the one that goes up to 25. Boilermaker goes up to, I believe, 19. And it's the kind, if you remember in BL2, the kind that you could shoot twice, and then you had to, like, do an animation. Looking for that. Hey, Slice Trout, thank you so much for the 6 months. Text-to-speech will get around to that eventually. Still avoiding DLC 2 item spoilers? Not really, cheese. I've been spoiled on all of the ones that I hadn't seen. So, like, I'm indifferent at this point. I know there's a couple of people in chat who might still not have seen everything, so maybe keep them in mind, but I don't care anymore. Which launchers drop more with world drops? Seem to just get a lot doing bunnies. Yeah, you don't see launcher drops much out there in the world. That's a good point. And thank you so much, Slice Trout, for the Prime in the 6 months. See some hard game and looking dripped out in that suit. Build you're using? This is my Mist Dancer. This is kind of just my go-to gun build I use for almost everything, because it's extremely just flexible. It can do a lot of different stuff. This is what I use for sniping. It's what I use for launchers. It's very well suited to my favorite gun in the game, the Last Rites. It's basically just cap Spore Warden tree, and then from the shadows, Stabo tree, and you just do your thing. Note that there's arguments for me changing spec for certain weapons now that certain PLC gear is available. But for this particular gun, I would still go with this spec. So that's why I'm not changing anything up. Hey Borbatron, what's a good shield to go after for a status effect, damage chance, Claw Grave build? You're using a Corrupted Plate Mail, that's the armor. A good shield for that. Body Rune is going to be great, because the bonus fire damage that you get on all of your damage after killing an enemy, that can also apply status effects. So it's a whole separate chance to apply a status effect on almost everything you do. That's gonna benefit you a lot. I'd go with the Body Rune. It's also good healing. And it's got a pretty decent capacity. So I need to get a better grip on what good guns and spells are, just have been Unga Bunga Melee Goes Burr. I can go over the spec in detail after the run comp. Is this Reflux or Rose of the Mist? It sure is, Jack. It sure is. How you doing? But this gun is my favorite in the entire game. For a while I was saying it was one of my favorites. It is my favorite. I've stopped fighting. It's my favorite. Yeah, surprise, surprise. Quag's favorite gun is a Hyperius shotgun. I know. Everyone's shocked. But listen, it's not my fault. This gun is sick. There's plenty of other Last Rites stands out there because this gun is amazing. Hyperius shotguns. You know, 1500 dot damage is good on a Torque shotgun. That's pretty good, please. Basically, anything over 1000 is like kind of noteworthy dot-wise. As we get more difficult content and higher chaos tiers and such, that threshold will probably go up, but just as a general personal rule, what I use is if it's over 1,000, it's like, huh, this is a good starting point for a dot to kill something. Hey Worlds, how you doing? I'm Sen, good to see you. How's your beanie today? My beanie's good. It's Cape of Tides with Blastcast. The rest of it isn't very good though. Take it anyway. Oh yeah, I've been seeing some people say that Sword Explosion lost its fire rate. But they've never been specifying what platform they're on. And here's my Sword Explosion with 3.03 fire rate. So if your Sword Explosion is back to like 0.98 fire rate, let me know and tell me what platform you're on so I can report it. Top of the morning. Hey J-Bridge, how you doing? What's the special thing? Exactly what Sora said. This does ricochets, and those ricochets are even splash damage. They just get a good formula. So ricochets off both surfaces and enemies. You see that enemy died first. So it's an extremely good mobbing gun, and it also happens to have enough single target damage that it's a good single target gun. It's just a very good gun in pretty much every situation. I'm taking a lot of dots. That's what's downing me here. Man, I don't know where my pet was, but I dodged myself a bit. Yo, ties the bind? No. It's indiscriminate. Same for me on PS4, 2.89 fire rate. Ricochet, you say? Yes, sir. I'm dumb? No, you're not. No, you're not. Could the reduced fire rate for people be a result of not having hotfixes applied? That's what I thought, Sweaty Pumps. That was my initial thing. So it's likely that it's that, but it's not impossible that it's a platform-specific thing. That's happened a few times in the past where one platform had a problem that others did not. Sometimes things slip through the cracks on a specific platform. Usually PlayStation is the one with these differences, although it has sometimes been Xbox. Hey Longshot, is it bad that seeing you die makes me feel normal? Not at all. Not at all. It happens to everyone. I've always held this belief that when creating content, it's important to show, like, the failures too. Like, sometimes I'll get hit by a random dot, there'll be no enemies, and I'll fucking die too. Doesn't matter how much I play the game, doesn't matter how good my build is, it just kinda happens. So if it makes you feel a bit better about your gameplay, then, you know, mission accomplished. Yeah, we're doing all curses, all elites, by the way, on this run. One example is old-gen consoles don't get ads in the Zomboss fight. You think that's for performance reasons, then? That would make sense. That was a fast room. Last right's goated.
This should be interesting.
Gloop. Yeah, we'll do gloop. Remember the leading's even a thing, right, Worlds? I don't know why I remembered this time, but I did. An awful curse set. Yeah, it's not ideal. We all die when we're perfect. Exactly, Wolf Booty. Exactly. And guess what? I have over 2,000 hours, and that's putting it at a low number, in the Guardian takedown in Borderlands 3. And you know what happens sometimes? I still sometimes misjudge a jump when I'm running really fast, and die in an embarrassing fashion. It's normal. Where am I going? It's over there. I was thinking of a different map. I guess I take this room. I really like these loot rooms. Barrels get everyone dialed the time to them. Yup. I would like to see the healing barrels introduced to the Chaos Chamber. That'd be nice. Like, you see them in the mirrors and story areas. Wow, thanks, Last Rites and Play the Angles. That was my Dragon Lord statue. That killed it through 2 of its health gates. Like, that's how much damage this thing does at once. Great point. Why aren't they in Chaos Chamber? Just an oversight, maybe? Maybe they thought it affected the difficulty too much. But, like, I don't see how these everywhere is difficulty either. So, I don't know. Only it's the death barrels allowed, yeah. Oh yeah, so this is the thing. Do that. Oh, that fucking curse, dude. Whatever. Hey, Longshot, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you got gifted a sub by Longshot, and don't mind breaking your lurk, please show some love to them in the chat. Thank you so much. Static Sheep. What class combo do you recommend for the Catatumbo? Stabomancer is going to be a really solid bet there because Catatumbo and From the Shadows is much better for mobbing than the Catatumbo otherwise would be. Also, Clawbringer is a good shout because Clawbringer has the highest crit chance of all the classes, including Stabomancer. It's just Stabomancer has more in From the Shadows. So either one of those, not necessarily together, but you could put them together. Black Powder Ricochets can also trigger Spore Wardens, Play the Angles, so that's even more ricochets if you want. The gun reloads frequently, so Spell Shot gets a lot out of it as well. You know, predictably it's Spell Shot, but... And I'm getting a good Boilermaker. Not yet, squad. We're going for another one today. When I get frustrated with not getting the launcher I'm after. How you doing? Imminent Calamities are so interesting. Like, they have what appears to be a decent card damage
There you go, Quack.
and a really short cooldown, but they don't actually do much in practice, and I'm not sure why. Anyone have any good experience with Imminent Calamities?
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Love if the Lance community could talk about things in a civil manner. I'm gonna give you your box feedback, make serious best it can be. That's a good mindset to have, Irish.
On fire.
Checking on PlayStation Source Solutions 3.03, so it's fine here. Probably a hotfixes thing. Thanks for checking, Harry. And hey, Bandit. Bandit of 71, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Goes a long way. Once again, if you were gifted a sub, Bandit just gave out some. Please show some love in the chat to them. And I really appreciate the support for myself and the community. It means a lot. Thank you so much.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Only during playthroughs, no good experience endgame with them, really? Okay. Yeah, that's the Calamity type I've used the least.
She's on fire.
So I don't know much about how good they actually are. I've just not had good experiences personally yet with the imminent ones.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Yeah, I need to not get that close to enemies, because I keep forgetting that I took that curse. Quag forgetting something? Imagine.
Fire.
Strike them down!
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Poor Dragon Lord just got a level 37 World Drop Sword Explosion in Pyramid from a badass skeleton. Oh no. Forget the Dragon Lord. What about poor Bernadette?
Cast!
There you go, Quack.
I don't want to do the Maker, so we're gonna skip Bark. I just don't feel like paying attention to the degree that the Maker would
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
want me to at the moment. Calamity might be instant damage formula, just get area damage we're supposed to. As far as I know, every spell gets area damage. Full food. At least every spell I've seen tested has gotten area damage. It might be that it's not critting. It could just be a hitbox issue. I know a lot of people don't like impaling ice spikes because the hitboxes are a little wonky. I eluded a lot of rooms. Yeah, these guys are tanky now.
That's the way you go.
Yeah, I deserve that. What a troll move. I was being revived and it pulled me out of it. I can't even be mad. That was just cool. I'm also not very good at building, so I'm sure you can make a broken build somehow. Some items are harder to do that with than others. No, don't get close. Outplayed. What's the difference between the smaller bronze chest icon and the more elaborate looking ivory colored one? The bronze looking one is just gear. It's just like a loot drop, whereas the other one is crystals. I prefer to take the crystals one because if you have curses and stuff, it ends up being more loot at the end of the run. How'd you get your good last rights? Any way to farm it? Just vendor quest reward luck? Just quest reward luck. Yep. That's what you gotta do. I've been using this gun for a while, so this is one I already had. So I just rolled an enchant on it as soon as I was able to. Hero chucks get area damage and spell damage. Depends on the chuck. Irish. Did the torque buff hotfix get permanently added with the patch? That I don't know, Chimpy. That I don't know. Hey Tom, I got back. How you doing? They did at the very least, Squab, make the the higher chance of quest rewards, they made that permanent. So that's nice. What's the best secondary class for Stabbo? It really depends on what your chosen avenue of doing damage is, Tobias. What are you focusing on? Do you want your status effects doing the damage? Do you want your melee, your guns, your a specific action skill, spells? Like, what are you trying to do? Because the answer changes. Like Variety Saturday when it's Wonderlands. Hey, Kirk. You want to know what lightning chucks get? Just gun and area. Gun, area, elemental. They are not spells. Oh! Okay. Stab Zerg's nice for melee. It is home computing. It is. Yeah, I think that was a play the angles off, like, the boss to an ad back to the boss. I think that's why Bunny just exploded. It's the best character in this game. I don't like quantifying things as best, but it is very hard to... It's very hard to avoid the subject of Spell Shot just being very overpowered, Jughead. So, yeah, Spell Shot. Spell Shot is strong enough that a lot of build makers don't like playing the class because it just kind of is easy. Let's put it that way. Cool. Thanks, you're welcome. Got a fire times on body rocker that dusted Zomboss in 3 shots. Drill, however, didn't care. Yeah, definitely different thresholds of damage requirements there, Pizza Trains. So not bad for a warm-up run. 21 minutes, 2 aspects, all elites, all curses. It's not bad. Forgot you can add enchantment on the last rites now. It's so good, Sweaty Palms. You can get Spore Fuse. You can get the area damage enchants after... there's 2 of them. There's one for after gun kill, I think, and there's one for action skill end. Since the ricochets are area damage, that's a great way to get more formula. You get a bunch of good enchantments. It's nice. Trying to focus on a companion build. So if you're doing companions and you're doing Stabomancer, those companions would be one of the things I would say Stabomancer is less good at boosting than certain other classes, but if you want to do a companion-based Stabomancer, your second class you're going to look at either Clawbringer, Spore Warden, or Graveborn. It would be one of those, because those are the classes that have an always with you companion, and each of them has something to offer to all of your companions. For example, Graveborn gets bonus damage, dark magic damage that all their companions can do. Graveborn gets a stacking damage bonus based on how many companions they have out. Spore Warden just gets a bunch of companion damage, and a mushroom that can tank for you. Clawbringer's Wyvern is the strongest of the class built-in companions. It does some really good damage when you build for it. So each of them got its own little flavor there. You always go all in on one bunny. You can just do half on launchers, half on shotguns, hope for the best of both. Sometimes I go half and half, yeah. Morning, Furholio. Morning, Sinju. How you doing? You could get Spore Fuse, he says. Yeah, Urban Mech. And Coordinate Empathy. Are you in a suit? No, it's a it's a t-shirt. I gotcha. Pixies make it pretty amazing. I kind of differentiate between pixie builds and companion builds because at the end of the day, pixies are just... they're guns that pretend to be companions. Pixies get a lot of damage formula to the point where it's like, if you're doing pixies, then probably Sabo Spell Shot. Probably. But pixies are kind of... generally, most people will differentiate between those and companion builds. And pixies are at a whole other level of power compared to most other things in the game. So, different recommendations there. But as far as I'm aware, the most popular pixies combos are Sabo Spell Shot and Spell Shot Graveborn. So, either one of those. Also, hang on. Sabo power, poison damage, stat effect chance on a Theurge? That's for a dot build. Yes, please. I was finding Twitch Mobile being even bigger than it's already low standards. It keeps freezing, won't let me play a stream until I close the stream and reopen it. Doing well, but sadly I have low energy. Some days are like that. Bug here. Damn you, autocorrect. Autocorrect takes another one. Did Twitch Mobile push an update or something? Hey, Krook, how you doing? A lot of crystals here, chat. What did I end up with? Like 12k? I'll probably have to split to even more bunnies because I'll not be able to see a lot of the loot. Okay, here's a Boilermaker. This is the gun we're looking for, but not the parts. This can go up to times 19, and the mag can be as low as 1. I want a 19 with a 2 mag, is the preferred. Primordial Body Rocker. Shame it's a times 6. House Wonderlands, haven't tried yet. So, as a build crafter, as an endgame player, I love this game. I have over 30 days played in this game in the less than 2 months that it's been out. I love this game. Bartholomew. If you are enthusiastic about making builds and playing endgame content, this game is totally up your alley. If you're more of a playthrough person, you might get a little less out of it. But I do still think it's an enjoyable game for sure. If you're looking to getting the game on PC, you can use !Wonderlands for my affiliate link. That supports me, and also if you go for the version of the game with the Season Pass built in, the Chaotic Great, you get some extra stuff by using that link that you otherwise wouldn't. Figure I just mentioned that. I do that every time someone mentions wanting to get the game. But basically, TLDR, or TLDL, I suppose. If you like builds and like dungeon crawling, then yeah, you'll love this. Did you rack that for a long time? Oh, you'll love this game. This game's got a lot of things that scratch the rack stab itch, if you know what I mean. What you looking for? Not a load buster? No, I'm looking for a sermon. I'd accept a doctrine with good enough parts. I'm looking for Stoker launchers. See, I'm looking for that underbarrel, micro rockets. So a doctrine would work too. I think doctrines are the low mag size ones. I'd prefer the high mag size. Maybe I'm wrong though, because that's a 8 mag sermon. So I don't think it matters between the two. I just want underbarrel, cryo is the goal. Tricks to be a playthrough and endgame person. You'll enjoy the hell out of it that way. Yeah. Oh man, thanks. You're very welcome. Please add spend more options for bunnies. Yeah, it's gonna start taking a long time to go through these piles. Not that it doesn't already, but yeah. It'd be mean to remove the E keybind. I wouldn't do it, Emily, so it'd probably be a waste of your points, but you might get a chuckle out of doing that. How you doing today? Another primordial body rocker. Is that the same one? I can't tell anymore. Yeah, we're already at that point where seeing what's here is awkward. Let's make it worse. Man, I forgot how scary Reign of Arrows card damage is. Make different piles for different bunnies. They'd have to move things, because the way it works is they kind of spit out into central locations. So, like, if you hit these two bunnies enough, the SMG and the shotgun bunny, then they'll kind of make one pile. Same thing with these bunnies. Now, you can kind of spread it out if you spend some over here, and then some all the way on this side, and less crossover there. It's awkward, let's make it worse. Isn't that just how we handle social interactions in 2022, Matt? Hear all the BS about Mario Kart? I did not, Mr. Adblock. What's happening there? I do like the crossblade. I like it a lot. I haven't used it in a while, because I spent so much time using it back after its original buff, after the original Black Powder buff. But it's a good gun. I do like it. Another Boilermaker, 8 mag. Oh yeah, let's hit some other ones. Rings. I could use more rings. Pick them up and sell them now. I could, but I only have 3 inventory spaces, so that'd be a lot of trips. If I clean out my inventory a bit better, yeah, I can start doing that. I probably should start doing that. That can't be a real thing. That's gotta be a shitpost, right? Like, they didn't actually do that, did they, Mr. Adblock? No way. No shot. 'Cause big fucking yikes. And consume some meatballs? Sounds good, Sora. That's insane. Like, is it a bug? Is it a design choice? Like, I need the info there. Yeah, a source, like something. That's crazy. What said shitpost? Apparently Mario Kart is doing some weird shit. If weapons on the ground get affected by explosions or anything, you can potentially move them. No. It's true? Wow. For a big investor's religious beliefs. What year is it? Honestly. What the fuck is wrong with people? Let's change subjects fast, because I'm just gonna get angry. Is it satirical? Okay, good. Ugh. But you know what's fucked? You know what's fucked? Why is that plausible? Why did any of us believe for a second? Let's not think too hard about that being plausible. 2022 is wild. Subject. Spellshot Stabmancer is now the meta for Wonderlands Melee. I mean, wasn't it already, Sen? Let's be real honest. Wasn't it already? Satire is dead. Oh, random question, chat. Can you get white items from bunnies if you put, like, little enough in? If you do, like, a partial hit, enough to make it burp a little bit. Can you get white items in here? Lowest I've got is green. Only seen green? Okay. Because I'm slowly gearing up for a meme prove-a-point build of using only white rarity items on a spell shot, just as a showcase. So I guess I'll just keep looking at the vendors in the Chaos Chamber for that. No big deal. It's good to know, though. And try with one crystal. The bunny doesn't actually spit anything out if you put one crystal in squab. Like, you need to punch it if you don't put enough in. It's kind of funny. Clawbringer is best class because it have my hugs and cuddles, but none of the others can. Big if true. See, I made space. I have 40 bank spaces. Let's put some stuff away so I can actually use those vendors at the end. Now, the problem here is getting me to agree to put an item away. It's tough to do. Because I'm like, I might need that. Automod got you there, Irish, so... Automod... Is that what that was? Yeah, Automod overachieving. You show the Luddite? Yeah, 1 second. I got a few of them. Different parts on some of them. Here you go. Literally just have a couple backup pieces. Like, do you need more than 2 or 3 extra fast mods to run in this build and farming? No, I don't. I can't afford to put these away. But, like, what if I need them? I feel terrible for laughing at that. You gotta laugh. You gotta laugh. Sometimes it's just trying its best, you know? It just wants our approval. Like, I don't need this Diamond Gauntlets. But, like, what if I want this Diamond Gauntlets? I don't need this plate mail, but what if I want this plate mail? It's one of those things. Look at how much room I made, chat. Are you proud of me? 44 out of 70 backpack is the lowest I've had in weeks. Chaos menu disappeared after patch? Question mark? Also, I'm sad. Sleeping's gonna be painful for a while. Asked doctor from allowed sleep medication while on codeine. I'm not allowed to take it. Yeah, that's a bad mix. Hopefully you can find a balance there, Rabbit. Save everything kind of sorta. Yeah, Thermal, you get it. I don't know if I'm ever going to use Diamond Gauntlets, but I might. Is there everything you might use? Yeah, so the thing with Diamond Gauntlets is there's a bunch of stuff I want to test out with it. Like, there's already a few standing still incentives in the game, like the Spirit Rune effect of bonus shock damage on... bonus lightning damage on other lightning damage. That's a standing still effect. And the Body Rune and Master Rune and, I think, Mind Rune all have that built in. So there's already a reason to stand still. And the bonuses from Diamond Gauntlets are pretty good. Also, I still need to test if Feral Surge gets Diamond Gauntlets, because you are standing still for a part of the animation. So, gotta science that. Let's do Liquid Cooling Run. It's crazy to me, people think the Great Bow's bad, completely destroying enemies on a non-gun invested build. The Great Bow's sick. Once again, it's takes from people looking for things to dislike. Sometimes those takes are a miss. Often, they are. The Great Bow is incredibly strong. I do not know how you can come to the conclusion that it's not. Like, you shoot things super dead. Where problem?
Ooh, I never get tired of that.
Oh yeah, here's the liquid cooling, by the way. I mentioned a bit earlier in stream that this gun is now stronger than it was on release. You know, before they nerfed it. There you go. There's proof. This is Chaos 35, and it's killing faster than it did on Chaos 20. And I don't have a Primordial one yet. This is just a volatile one. I don't even have... It's not even enchanted functionally right now. Which I should fix. What changed liquid cooling? They buffed it. They buffed it with the patch. Dislike Hyperius guns, that's just my opinion. Nothing wrong with having that opinion. Remember, I dislike this thing, or this thing isn't my playstyle, is a whole different sentence than this thing is bad. For example, I dislike the Buffmeister, but I'd be delusional to say it's bad. Pulled it back out of the bank, it's 555 Primordial, but I'm currently deep into status damage, so it's not great. So, yeah, maybe not on that kind of build. Probably doesn't have the best dot value. Yeah, that's not exceptional. High consistency in application, but you're better off doing other things for dot builds. That makes sense. Good shout on telling me the value, though. Skrizzle, I appreciate that.
For you, is it?
This is an elite room, to be perfectly clear. And this gun just eats.
You were short work.
Hey Charlie, how you doing? I have like 6 volatile things right now, they all cost me 4,000 to roll. Like, yo, you're killing my crystals. Yeah, re-rolling can still be quite rough. Try to do Spore Burst, Spore Explosion with Liquid Cooling, ran out of ammo, so I'm fast trying to clear. There's some Weapon Striker that I would highly recommend going for the ammo alters for. Like, I took one in the first room of this run, because I intend to use this gun as my primary throughout the run. It's still good to have backup weapons that consume different ammo types when you're using something like this, but it allows you to do things like, you know, I can swap to this launcher, and just use this launcher if I feel like it, because I've taken larger ammo reserves, so I can use it longer. As you can see, when you have the ammo to shoot them, launchers are powerful enough to crash your game. Unfortunate. Modded gear! Hey, House by the Cemetery, how you doing? Game crashed in that exact same room. I've crashed in that room while using that weapon twice. It's okay, we're relaunching. Spell shot, ambi-hex with 2 buffmeisters, no guns. Is that a challenge run? You still can melee, so no. Did have 33 shots in that mag? Yeah. Sigil's really been bothering me lately. Not been registering shots or blocking shots for that matter. Yeah, Thermal. Sometimes your Sigil will decide to start blocking your projectiles too. Very annoying. I don't like it. You check the other DLC's items? Yeah, I've been made aware of all of them by now. It's not like you're dressed real nice today. Something like that, Kettle Logic. I got a tuxedo t-shirt on because I thought it'd be funny. And it is. Sorry, I asked again. You're good, Pericles. You're good. Killed the enemies and the game. But launchers suck and need buffing. Yeah, right. Use the last rights, maybe Cryo plus all the water is not good for the game. Maybe not. Cryo did cause some crashes in BL3. So, it could just be that again. Also had runs where I'd be in Save Your Soul and kill something and not get up. It's getting annoying. Did you have any modifiers that, like, do damage to enemies? Because those steal my kills a lot, and it's very annoying. Today my PS5 just up and deleted my Wonderlands game, had to re-download. This is the second time now. Huh. That's weird, Kingsley. I've not heard of that one, but I believe it. I do believe it. Yeah, I want different enchant on Liquid Cooling. I don't know what I want on it, but I want something else. Not that. Not that either. Okay, good talk, game. Good talk. I do like that. Ooh, that's a big upgrade for that. Surprisingly on Xbox, I've only crashed once so far. I've crashed so many times in BO3. I've gotten 2 in-combat crashes. Most of mine, I've crashed, I think, 6 times total. The other ones were from alt-tabbing. The game doesn't like losing focus for some reason. But I have not crashed very much with this game at all. Whereas with Borderlands 3, it'd be noteworthy if you didn't crash for a day in that game by the end. Love that game. It was not stable. Still isn't.
I choose you! Bet you wish you turned away.
Full screen, alt tab a lot, gonna crash, or anything else but full and you're fine. I run borderless and I still crash. Spore Sword is crazy damage, doesn't feel overpowered using Poison Buffmeister, because my build's unoptimized and Chaos is hard. Yeah. I'm windowed, it won't crash anymore. Yeah, I don't know. It's possible you have a stronger PC than I do. It's likely you do. Also, I have a lot of playtime in this game, so 4 crashes in that manner over 700 hours of gameplay, I'm not really worried about it.
The storm takes flight. Yeah, you're a very fierce plant, I know. I'll give you a good
I'm
old...
surprised I didn't die there. Game doesn't crash my console every 5 minutes like BL3 did. Stop playing BL3 due to crashing. The vendor crashes are really disheartening. I'm still broken up about that. Especially because Maliwan Takedown is the least stable place in that entire game, and it was also the fan favorite piece of content. Just not ideal. Not ideal. Pooba. Booba indeed, Smug. How you doing? Where did Quag come from? In 2012, I was first starting out with Star Wars: The Old Republic, and the random name generator spit it out. And it stuck. That's the whole reason. Hey Doug, how you doing? Have you vacuumed your PS5 recently? Ooh, that's a good shout. Consoles do have some heat management problems. Ruby's Spite. Sick gun. I still have not seen a Primordial, and I want one. Good week to go after it, I suppose. Jodo Republic ran like dog on release, though. Yeah. Unhealthy obsession of mine last year. It's one of those things that a couple times a year I think about going back to it. I went very hard on that game. Every once in a while I think about it and then decide it'd be better for my mental and physical health if I didn't. PvP was very good. It was so good. I enjoyed the raids as well. And the fashion. There's some raid boss mechanics from that game that I would love to see in, like, this game. Morning to Mexivan, how you doing? Ruby's Spite fire really slow, then turns into a machine gun. Because its effect is triggered on kill. You need to kill an enemy to get the gun's full power active. KOTOR's too old, couldn't play it too long. It's one of those things that I played it when it first came out, so I do have that connection to it that allows me to see past it being dated. Not everyone can form that connection with every game. For example, I can't do that with old Borderlands games, but I can with that game. KOTOR 2 is one of my favorite games ever, though. I can always go back to that, just for narrative reasons. It's so good. ESO's also good. I tried ESO a couple times to Dynamic Panda, and I couldn't quite get into it for long. Like, there was a stretch of about 2 weeks where I was playing it with some people. This was years ago. Probably about 5 years ago. And I wasn't motivated to continue. All endgame? That would make sense. I do like endgame. It's one of those things I never wrote off, I just didn't have the attention span to do it at the time. Maybe I circle back around to it. How is it these days? I'm not, like, actively looking for another game to play, but I do like to keep tabs on certain games. Excited for Starfield? I have no opinion on it. I don't even really know anything about it, to be honest, Irish. Ever get into Fallout? Yeah, I like Fallout. I never played 76, though. Never played 76. Which I'm told is good these days.
Ha! You fell for it! Classic hero bait.
I started playing while the UK was under lockdown. Me and a couple friends needed something to play together. It was a very, very fun game. I'm glad you like it, Smoke. Fallout 4 was my first experience. The franchise boys that experience. Fallout 3 was my first. I did go back and play Fallout 1 and 2 while we were waiting for Fallout 4. Like many others, I'm a basic bitch and New Vegas is my favorite. Hey Ducky Phenom, how you doing? Welcome in. Never played a Fallout game? Fallout 3 and New Vegas do this really cool thing where the world building is just exceptionally good. Fallout 4 doesn't do that bit as well, but the gameplay is a bit smoother. So it's like still good. Oh, hail New Vegas. I believe 76 got the No Man's Sky treatment. Blessed. Kingdom Zombie Reckoning, just play it. Won't disappoint. Most underrated action RPG. Yeah, every once in a while I hear about it, Wolf Booty. It might have been you last time as well, but I've heard nothing but good things. I didn't mean to enrage that guy. Do I have enough echo? I do not. Oh, wow, 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 wow. That's unfortunate.
The magic I need. Save.
Hey, Prince of War. Does Spore Power really matter in using Spore Sword? No, the combo gives high thread count, but the one with Berserker gives fire rate too, and I'm sucker for fire rate, also high. High. Spore Warden Power doesn't do much for you unless you are trying to specifically make Blizzard or Barrage a primary source of damage. If you're not after those things, then you can skip it.
Worms won't go hungry tonight.
Problem New Vegas makes BL3 look like it deserves awards for its stability. That's fair. Very unstable game, New Vegas. But there's a lot of mods that assist with that. Not helpful if you're on console, but worth mentioning. Friends are really pushing me to get back into Destiny. There's no idea what the story is in that game, though. Yeah, me either. Dynamic Panda, me either. Wish Mass Effect Andromeda got the No Man's Sky treatment. That game made me sad. The gameplay was good, it's just nothing else about it was good. And the Mass Effect series was built on more than just the gameplay being good. In fact, the first Mass Effect outright didn't have good gameplay. I still love it, I still enjoy it, but it didn't have good gameplay. So, like, it started out having bad gameplay. It's kind of hard to do a swap of, hey, the thing that drew people to this IP is gone. Like, See, Ugly Sonic made a return. I saw a meme somewhere, but I didn't understand it. I suppose that's what's happening. Wearing a bow tie? Nah, it's a t-shirt. Got a volatile twin soul with Archmage and Caustic. Ooh. That's neat. Played vanilla Fallout 4 for the longest. Not until recently. I played with a little amount of mods they allowed on Sony. I'm gonna pick up a Series X. Can't wait to be blown away by the mods. Mods take the game from great to mind-blowing. Yeah, those kinds of games. Mods do a lot of work. I like Oblivion. Oblivion's a great game, Sora. Probably my favorite Elder Scrolls game. I think Oblivion blows Skyrim out of the water, personally. Might be a bit of a hot take.
Energy's empty.
Why we're in the legendary bow? Uh-huh. It dropped from the quest. Morrowind was goated. See, with Morrowind, I never played it until after it was so incredibly dated that I couldn't stand any of the gameplay mechanics. So I never got the Morrowind experience. Well, Wailing Banshee, Cryoecker, Dark Caustic, both 5/5 prime can exist. No need, Skrizzle, but that's kind of you to offer. Are you saying 5/5? Is that the item score? Oh, yeah, I think... Yeah, item score is... It's not really a reliable measure of, It's just, like, number of parts more than anything. I suppose I should put it that way. Like, for example, if you get a gun with a sight, and then the same gun without a sight, they have different item scores, despite they could have the same damage and everything. Item score is a bit misleading. It's there to kind of, like, tell people just doing a playthrough, hey, big number, use this. This is why I want a better version of this launcher. This is cryo on shields, by the way. Sorry, frost on ward, whatever. And this is not even chaotic. Do you think Greyborn's too one-note with Dark Magic and Hydras? No. Because Greyborn can do many things other than those. Like, I don't even pay attention to the Hydras at all in my Greyborn builds. They're just kind of there. Nor do I focus on Dark Magic. Left shark, right shark, side Pisces. What's next? Shark's Bane. Ooh, haha. There's a lot of aquatic jokes in this game. I like it. Stopped playing Destiny when I realized if you weren't a day one player, you'd never be able to catch up power-wise. Also, the best gear is log behind PvP, and I hate PvP. I've heard those complaints often. See that launcher again? Like to look out for some myself? Absolutely. Here you go. I'm going for one of these. I'm trying to get one that's ×1 instead of ×2. To test how that affects the alt-fire mode. It's got a micro rockets underbarrel. The rocket salvo one. Yeah, I don't think the underbarrel gets affected by it being ×2. So you're just going to want the higher base damage of a ×1. So I'm going for preferably volatile or better, this element, that mag size, but ×1. That's the dream. Now, if I have to have ×2 to get that big mag size, I'll accept it. Greyborn just has such great survivability and great capstone. Yeah. Where is your head? I can't see it. Kill someone else. Fuck you. Where's Snackhead? Maybe I stop taking stay back because this is killing me a lot. Oh, okay. Oh, no penalty. Armor bunnies won't give me good Tides armor. Rude. Unfortunate. No thank you, Skrizzle, but I appreciate the offer. Got a ×4 Torg launcher that's decent, all the others I've tried suck. The thing with Torg launchers is, Torg weapons in general, applying a lot of stickies is how you get the big damage out of them. And applying a lot of launcher stickies at once is a bit difficult. Slow fire rates, low mag size, you need a lot of generic mag size. Like, there's no launcher mag size on rings currently in the game. So you need generic mag size over here. Being a Spore Warden helps because you get that skill over there. You got your myth rank mag size. It's tough to get enough to apply a bunch of stickies at once. That's why launchers feel like they have a higher threshold you have to clear before it does anything.
This should be interesting.
See them as getting up a fat initial status only. Yeah, launchers have very high status values. That's definitely an advantage. But you can also use them as, hey, I really want this one target dead right now type of weapons. They do good damage, it's just the opportunity cost is what hits launchers the most. Like, most of them tend to be awkward in terms of how they actually function, at least in the unique department. For example, the Blue Cake, the split distance where you get its good damage is quite far. The Cannonballer projectile kind of flies in a way that you're more likely to down both yourself and the enemy than just the enemy when shooting. But if you can land it, it's good. But that's why I like the Stoker launchers. The non-uniques and the Mole Man unique. Because the Rocket Pods launchers, they behave very predictably. Very reliable. Damage on the liquid? 441 times 2. Love and Sword Explosion. I like the feel of the gun. It's way too powerful, but like the feel. Like, it used to feel terrible. Like, you couldn't shoot it fast, the projectiles were slow, the sticky mode was bugged and not doing any damage. They fixed that stuff, but then they also gave it way too much damage. So, like, it feels good, but it's kind of like a build replacement now. Setting up a funeral service in 90-degree plus weather, pain. Zero bonus gun damage, thing's still stupid? Yeah. New addictions to Ruby Spite. Got around 1230 in the feature, just using it with some elite rooms. Yeah, Ruby Spite is incredibly powerful. They did not give it too much damage. On what do you base this? That was a contagion chain. Based on this graph. Look at this graph. Every time I do, I wish I was played by Zach Braff. There's not such a thing as too much damage in Gearbox games, but there is, though. But there is, though. Both Chaotic and Volatile Ruby Spite and the Chaotic's better. You might have gotten bad parts in your Volatile roll then. How does this do against this boss? Why am I dying? Oh, it's fucking stay back. I hate this modifier. Don't let me take this on the next run. It's so annoying. Like, I'm cryoed, so I can't get away from them.
Not dead. The whole lot angrier. Talons of the Tempest.
My one-shots anyways, so yeah. Yeah, like... Here's an example of why there's such a thing as too much damage. You remember the True Trials event in Borderlands 3, where they later made these boss changes permanent at nerfed values. But the origin of the True Trials event was the devs were kind of having some fun with the community. Some of us theory crafters were brutalizing bosses, and they're like, hey, what if we just buff these so you can't one-shot them anymore? Be funny, right? And then not only did their buffs not stop the one-shots, but also the enemy health values were so ridiculously high that the other 99% of the player base was no longer having fun. And that's because they were tuned around something that did too much damage. If that ceiling was lower, then everyone would have had a good time. Hey Shalatoa, how you doing? Sounds like 99% of people need to farm. You can't ever balance anything around 1% though, Panda, as I'm sure you know. Because then, you know, a majority hates it. Too far away. Did I actually hit it successfully with that rocket? I think I did. That's cool. No, my ammo. If you increase gun mag size, 100% knife, 22 swords, and maker, another 30% for each sword. It's still not technically a one-shot, Grizzle. That's the point people are getting at. Like, one shot would be one shot. Now, you probably can one-shot the maker with a antique great bow.
This'll come in handy. Out of you.
Banshee doesn't find if one swipe counts. Do you mean Banshee or do you mean Livewire? One melee using Banshee, holding what? Holding what gun? A live wire? There you go. There it is.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Yes, I know I could do this fight much more quickly. I just enjoy the fight, so I'm kind of vibing. I enjoy the fight until I remember that I have to stay back on, and then it makes me hate everything.
Out of spell slots.
More bank space. More, please. I agree, it seems my build's never strong enough to either do great damage or can't survive well enough, because that's fun going back to the drawing board. It can be fun to restructure and overcome those hurdles. I get enjoyment out of that, personally. Most of the recent Livewire changes saw some people calling it this game's face muncher. Is that true? So the thing with the Livewire is they seem to want to stop it from triggering follow-up. So they changed it to melee damage. Livewire chains were gun damage before. They are now melee damage. But that means that they now double dip melee bonuses. That means they now apply alchemical agent. They do all sorts of crazy, silly things. Live wire chains now get boosted by Spellblade, for example. It's just kinda crazy. $10,000 crystals, nice, yeah. Basically, Livewire's damage now on the melee chains is such that you can one-tap the Maker with a single Livewire tick. It's actually good they changed how Blast Chill works. Exactly. Hey Isaac, how you doing? I want this Boilermaker, chat. I wants it. But the game doesn't want to give me it. Times 12 Kettle Drum. Just trying. You got new weapons come out from this week's DLC? The melee weapon is incredibly powerful. I'm not gonna go into specifics on any of those for anyone who has not seen the item spoilers or gotten the items themselves. So the melee weapon is extremely powerful. Blast Chill being the way it was before is worse than Livewire being what it is now. No, I think that Livewire should be changed back to how it was before, and then hit with another nerf on top of that. And Blast Chill should stay how it is now. I like the concept of Blast Chill being a true melee thing. Like, if you want Blast Chill, you need to go bonk something. I like that concept. But, like, the fact of the matter is that actual melee with Blast Chill is weaker than just actual melee with Livewire by a massive margin. See, this is Micro Rockets. It's good damage, but I have a Mole Man for that purpose. I have fire covered already with the Mole Man. Love it being true melee, if you know what I mean. Right, it's the reverse of the Borderlands 3 situation, where the least potent form of melee, and the one that no one ever bothered to do, was actually punching things. Because it was just so comparatively weak that it was essentially invalidated. I think they're trying to avoid that in this game, but Livewire being the way it is kind of pokes a hole in that. Petition replaced Alyssa with Caster. Fucking signed, dude. Definitely enjoyed my pure melee build before the patch more. It feels like there's no challenge now. Try without a Livewire, because True Melee got buffed, it's just so did the Livewire. Try without Livewire, see how it feels. Gearbox nerfing and buffing things does not invalidate the gear, everything has still been viable after the changes. Right, J-Bridge. I'm not sure what that's responding to, but yes. Love Stabbo Capstone to proc Blast Chill, they broke that though. They didn't break it, it was an intentional thing. They do not want Blast Chill triggering off of anything except this actual melee attack. Now, do I think that Executioner's Blade proccing Blast Chill was overperforming? No, but I also think as a design choice, giving melee its own thing instead of allowing everything else to also have those things is better for the gameplay integrity and identity of that game mechanic. Still needs tweaks, like Dreadwind, Executioner's Blade could probably use some individual love now, but I like the concept. Hey, Epic. Make it work. Spell Shot. I've tried everything and I've had enough, goddammit. Yeah, we were talking about... So you know me, how I'm always like, hey, there's no best in these games, and that's what makes them interesting. Yeah, I can't even say that, because Spell Shot exists. It's so disheartening. Thoughts on the Spore Enchant nerf? I mean, people were mostly using it for the gun part of it anyway, so that didn't get weaker. So, like, if you care, you were probably using Pixies, in which case you're fine. Pixies were also buffed. Blast will not trigger from Burrow's action skills. It is literally only actual melee attacks now. Can figure out why cleansing was slapping? Yeah, it's the live wire change we were discussing.
Girl and she's on fire.
Wyvern Dragon Baby Go Burr.
Hey, Borbotron, thank you for the Prime for the 2 months. I appreciate it. But it is also worth noting that that Clawbringer build that Epic put out, it does well without the live wire. Like, it still makes Cleansing Flames hit hard enough you can now mob with it. If you haven't checked out that video. Like, I'm vouching as someone who played it. Cleansing Flames now strong enough to mob. It could still probably use something in the bossing department, but it's not a waste of an action skill anymore, which is nice. People are telling me I should use Livewire now, but isn't that melee weapon trash? What if I told you that using these curated tips from a real pro, you could glitch it into your gun slot? Would that change your mind? Only problem with Cleansing Flames is that it feels so fucking weird. It does feel weird. It feels slow. It feels slow, yeah. Man, rerolling this liquid cooling is... It's not going well, chat. It's just... It's not going great. UI moment.
Think you can make it?
Best doesn't have to mean highest damage dealing, it can mean most fun, subjectivity obtained. Yeah, so for me, personally, under those parameters, Spell Shot is not best because I have the least fun on Spell Shot. But that tends to not be the common metric of best, sadly. Hey Swifty, how you doing? Rolling experience so far hasn't been great either. The weighting on the enchantments. I would really like to see the enchantments equalized. Currently there's some that just have triple the weighting of others. So seeing, for example, character-specific ones is very unlikely in comparison to some others. And additionally, there's no dupe protection, so you can just get the same one 5 times in a row. Or more. Clawstalker build with all this fire damage now is nice and having fun. Using a class mod boosts potent poisons and exploit their weakness. That's cool. It's a cool combo. Has to be pulling the biggest shock Pikachu face ever right now, with their considerable amount of effort to fix follow-up, which in itself wasn't that nutty and in turn complete threw the meta on its head. It's wild, like... I get that the follow-up thing was strong in terms of an individual skill, like having that big of an impact, but Livewire was still great without it, and it wasn't the source of the power. Then the way they decided to change the Livewire just made it stronger for everyone. Sure, that one skill doesn't work, but even if you're still spec'd into that skill on that class, you still got buffed. It's... I don't know what the, maybe, like with some other things, it's part one of a change. Kind of like how they've continually been tweaking Clawbringer over the weeks, and it's... when you add up all of the changes, the class feels a lot better. You know, all the Cleansing Flames changes, the Storm Smite changes, the stat buffs. Like, Clawbringer, when you total all the changes, feels so much better. But, like, week to week, that didn't really feel the case, right? Very minor changes. So, maybe I'm on some copium, but hopefully part 2 of Livewire changes is, like, removing some digits from the damage. Not too knowledgeable when it comes to this stuff, but Livewire is now the strongest weapon in the game, right? Like, not even close. If you're ever swinging a melee weapon, like, ever, yes. If you never swing a melee weapon, then no. But, like, if you're ever doing this, there is absolutely zero reason to not be holding a Livewire. Unless you just want to do something else for funsies. Like, if you're ever doing this, there is no reason to ever not hold a Livewire. Like, even in this build, where I'm just using it to deliver... I'm using my melee attack to deliver Echo and get my amp. Realistically, what I should be doing is switching to a Livewire and swinging twice, and then switching back to my other gun. Doesn't matter that I don't have swap speed, that would be more optimal. But that's not interesting, it's not fun, and it's silly. Silly is the word, yeah. Meanwhile, there's other cool stuff you could do for melee attack. Like, Skulldugger pistols are capable of rolling 2 blades for 40% melee buff, whereas everything else is either 15 or 25. So, like, that would be a cool melee thing to do. You've also got melee crossbolts, an entire mechanic they designed for that. But those things kind of go unnoticed in a world where Livewire does what it does. So it kind of made melee crossbolts like wasted development resources. It's wild. After killing the sandwich, can new gear spawn outside the mirror? I'm told 2 of the items can come from bunnies. I don't know if that's confirmed or not, and that's probably not intentional. But at least currently, you gotta do the mirror to get the DLC gear. The DLC gear, whatever. Drops in there and comes from the mirror. It's got the sandwich pun, yeah. Notice Cleansing Flame's been the biggest impact by far. Secondary class as skills boost up the status damage. Do you like now you can use Clawbringer for fire shock damage? Yeah, Awe is a great skill, and that alone can make Clawbringer worth taking for some setups. Not to mention the fact that early Clawbringer tree, Oath of Fire, Oath of Thunder, Dragon Aura are all fantastic skills. So like, you can comfortably put those 15 skill points in any Clawbringer build you do. And then you're already 15 points deep. There's some decent case, like, reasons to just put more in. Awe is great, Indomitable's great. It might not seem like much on paper, but Firebolt is actually very high value now. It gives the Wyvern a good skill. It's always done that. That attack from the Wyvern is pretty damaging, pretty powerful. And you might think that the skill saying 10% gun damage, well, what does that do? Keep in mind, how many other skills give you that value for 1 skill point? Like, think about it. If you're going to take all already, you want to get down there. 1 skill point for 10% to that damage category? is pretty significant, because the only other class that does that is Spell Shot, with 1 slot, 1 kill. So, when put in perspective, skill's good. Storm Breath is also a very good Wyvern attack, and they buffed the damage reduction on it, so, like, makes it tanky. Here's that so long as stuff like the Livewire situations around and provides them with a band-aid, temporarily ignore giving any love to melee. Like, why buff melee when Livewire works great? Really hope they revert that change no matter how fun it is. I agree. I agree. It's one of those things that just... It's like... So let's talk about the Guardian Angel. The Guardian Angel in Borderlands 3 was a weapon that gave you up to 500% damage simply for holding it. All you had to do was establish some distance from enemies, and even then, it still gave you a damage bonus when you were close, just a smaller one. The reason why I didn't see that gun as problematic as the Livewire is because, A, there were competitions in terms of stat sticks. If you were doing crit-related stuff at close range, then the Unforgiven was better for you. If you were doing melee stuff, the Psycho Stabber was competitive or better. There was competition, so it wasn't just like the gun. Livewire is our only stat stick right now. The other reason is that Guardian Angel came... you know, a year and a half into the game's life and kind of functioned as a buff to things that wouldn't be touched due to the age of the game. We're in month 2, not year 2. So something like this that kind of serves as a band-aid, as Epic said, could be very damaging in the long term.
Ooh, I never get tired of that.
I think allowing other guns to trigger on melee or even spells and action skills would be a cool addition other than just Livewire works with melee. If that was a decision made in addition to lowering the power of the Livewire, sure. I think more stat sticks would be cool. Like, what if there was a gun that when you hold it, you get Krieg's Silence the Voices. You get a damage bonus, but you get a chance to just fucking obliterate yourself. That'd be kind of neat. That's just a random example. No, I don't necessarily want specifically that, but it's just the first thing that crossed my mind. Interesting stat sticks. Something they could totally do. As powerful as it is, I do not like having to use a Livewire, and there's so many cool guns in my bank I shouldn't use. And that's what it comes down to, Skrizzle. Like, you don't have to use it, but when it is in a totally different class in terms of desirability to everything else, you feel like you have to use it. And that matters. Yeah, Croak, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Wrinkled Snail raid. Interesting. Haven't been able to play since week 1 of the last DLC. Can I still spam Storm Smite? You absolutely can. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the raid, Kirk. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? Gotta run, finish work, time to spend time with the fam now. Thanks for getting me through the afternoon. Have a good one. Take it easy, Slice Trout. Enjoy family time. What's the Wyvern spell? I just like it, Steve. I just like it. It reminds me of playing Flak, so I use it. There's better spells you could put there. That's 100% just, I like the flavor. Sure, great, thanks. How's yours going? It's going well. It's going well. We're farming for better launchers. And certain shotguns as well. So, do they need a Psycho Stabber 2.0? I don't think so. Because they already have multiple melee mechanics. And already have stat sticks like, you know, as I mentioned, Skulldugger pistols. There's melee crossbolts as well. I think they could just tone down Livewire and it would be a good start. I think Livewire existing at all is gonna throw off the balancing of melee. Because currently the way you get really competitive melee damage, you've got 3 avenues. Livewire, Alchemical Agent, or stack a ton of swing speed and just trigger as many on-hit effects as you can across the board. But the thing is, you can do all 3 of those things together with a Livewire. So, like, why not do that? Other than fun. Is AR the weaker gun type in the game right now? It's interesting, because, like, the Rogue Imp has decreased in power, the Thunder Anima has decreased in power. The quad bow's never been very good. Dahlia AR has decreased in power. Crossbow Generator has increased in power, but it wasn't good. Red Slicer's just kind of always been good. There's not a lot of ARs that are just kind of good. Like, the Donkey's good, but has a high threshold of, like, you need gear. So, I think ARs, in a vacuum, probably have a claim to being the weakest weapon type. Like, launchers are stronger. It's just there's fewer of them, and you have less ammo. So they give the perception of being weaker. But I'd say launchers are stronger than ARs in this game. Was a shoddy? This is the Last Rites, Striker. Last Rites. The one true gun. Feel the same way about Buffmeister right now. Say I love the spell, as low effort gets the job done. Man, seriously feels like the only option. Seriously hope the next few weeks we see a massive wave of spell buffs and a Buffmeister nerf. Just beginning to look at Buffmeister the same way I look at Cryo, which is so boring to me. Yeah, it's my gripe with the Buffmeister is that it does everything. Like, you could have divided that item into 6 or 7 different spells, and then we'd have a wide variety of buffing spells alongside sigils to provide benefits to your other gameplay, rather than just giving you enough buffs that you no longer need to do as much gameplay. Like, if there was just a movement speed spell, I'd love it. If there was just a fire rate spell, I'd love it. But you could get movement speed, fire rate, reload speed, you know, accuracy, handling, a global bonus element, ability, crit chance, and damage all on one spell. You know, it's a lot in one place. And the comparison to Livewire holds up, because people forget you can even shoot the Livewire as a gun that has a good time to kill against enemies and is a multi-target weapon. Because the gun does so much and so many things, people forget about some of the features. I'll give the AR some love. It's probably not talked about enough, is the thing. Like, community discussion of issues does have a footprint on their priority order. Like, for example, do you think if we hadn't talked so much about how bad item breaking was, do you think that would have changed as fast as it did? I don't think it would have. Like, we talked about that a lot. Kind of feel that way about Soak mechanic. At least Soak has downsides. Like, Soak nerfs your fire damage. And there's some very high-profile sources of fire damage in this game. So, it's very strong and kind of easy to slot into most builds, but it does have downsides. Commitment, etc. Right. You can enchant for extra spell charge on melee kill, you can perma buff my spree troll. Shit, you can, yeah. Buff Iron Bear, buff my useless. Give me 1 sec, chat. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. For the difference in DLC 1 to 2. Yeah, we got a lot of quality of life stuff. And pacing is just better as a whole. I think it's a commonly held opinion that the second post-launch content drop is higher quality than the first. I think that's not controversial to say. Community AR buffs, please, Gearbox, SMG damage buff. Well, the thing with that, Pericles, is they specifically mentioned SMGs and the Fragment Rain. In these balance conversations, at least that I've seen on Twitter, for example, the Fragment Rain comes up extremely often. Specifically that one. Seen very little difference between 1 point contagion and 6 points. It's going to spread regardless. Right. It's just increased consistency. You're sinking more skill points for less variance in how much you have to fish. If I dual different Buffmeisters with Ambient, I'll get 2 bonus elements plus all perks like Pew Zap, Ka-Chow Bonk. You should. Yeah. I can't think of a reason why it wouldn't work out that way. Hope they don't buff Fragment Rain by any noticeable amount. This thing's nuts. Fragment Rain's crazy good already. Like, it's really just a case of people not understanding the gun. Because Fragment Rain's whole thing is you shoot one enemy to kill everyone else. And it already kills the everything else part exceptionally fast. Super okay with buffing one gun, not so much with buffing gun types or manufacturers like Torque buff. OBS, give me my frames back. What are you doing? Yeah, I don't like blanket buffs, because it'll often land on things that don't need it. Example, the Black Powder Shotgun buff, buffing the Rain of Arrows. Which they did a very tiny nerf to the Rain of Arrows. Didn't really do anything, but they were like, hang on, this thing's a little too good. Non-unique SMGs probably do need to look. They don't have Torque Stickers or Black Powder to carry them. Spriggans and Nightshades are some of the most used items in the entire game, J-Bridge. I don't know if they do need that, love. Just another reflux situation. Kinda butter. Kinda. What does Blazing Volley actually do besides shoot fire? Is that it? Homing projectiles, Kingsley. Homing projectiles. Heckwaiter can destroy Chaos 35. Yeah, it can, and I love it, but that is a unique. In terms of non-uniques, there are some SMGs I'd like to see go up, but only on the condition that it's specific tuning. Like, there's a lot of different SMG barrels. They could go for one type over another. Like, they could go for the ones that have the fire magic barrel and not touch the cryo ones, for example. It's possible. They did that with the poison magic barrel already. They touched poison magic barrel SMGs without touching the other ones. Melee weapon passive, amp, is a 50% of what your overall damage. It is a 50% multiplier. Yes, so it is just 50% more damage, period, the end, for those next 3 shots. It's as good as it sounds. Amp is in its own category damage formula-wise. Even having separate sources of amp, those are also separate from each other. It's as good as it sounds. Maybe even better. That's why I use that myself. It's that good. I have a Cryo Fragment Rain, 81 times 4, 2 ammo per shot. I mean, it's technically 81 times 8. This is how the White Rider works. No, the Fragment Rain just consumes that much ammo. It's different from the laser weapons. That's a laser thing, Skrizzle. The double ammo giving the extra tick, that does not apply to the Fragment Rain. It just consumes 2. Like Sword Explosion Amp? You could. Amp is particularly good for things like sniper rifles, high impact, like initial impact shotguns, launchers. Basically don't use. No, not don't use. Fragment Rain's good, Skrizzle. The thing with the Fragment Rain is, it's 4 projectiles. It can also roll in a ×5 variant. And when you hit an enemy with Fragment Rain, it ricochets to another enemy. And those ricochets do more damage than the original hit. So it's a mobbing gun. You can even do silly, trolly things like shoot those pineapple barrels, the respawning ones, and clear the whole map, because Fragment Rain will just kill everyone. Headcanon loves amp, Headcanon does. Good shout. Never used it. Neither have the people wanting it buffed. Featured runs, extended runs? This week's featured run is an extended, yes. They seem to like to sync up an extra length featured with a DLC release. Because both times so far we've had a 2-boss run on patch day, so. Time for a Fragment Rain run. Do I have one? I might have one in my bank. I can showcase that. I might have one in my bank. Might have moved it to a mule, though. Could hit the SMG bunny for a couple pulls. Get lucky. Paramide? No thanks, Grizzle. Appreciate the offer, though. I have a few. It's all good. It's all good. It takes a lot of time to do that kind of stuff, and I also just like using my own stuff. Let's check my bank. Looks like I moved my Fragment Rains to mules. We could just hit SMG bunny for more. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. Have anything else interesting in here? Still haven't tried out Love Leopard, but I genuinely just don't feel like it. Try something here. So the Barbalode is just kind of nuts. And I'm gonna try it with Ruby Spite. Because, I have no chill. You think Plate Mail gives more here? I think Plate Mail might give more here. This is very similar to BL3 playstyle. I haven't played it yet. Yes and no, Bathroom Benji. So the core gameplay It has a few notable differences. Like, there's the multi-classing system. You mix and match your skill trees in this game, and each class has 2 action skills available. So BL3 classes did have multiple action skills available, and you could mix and match those. But your class was your class. Like, Flag had Flag trees, Amara had Amara trees, so on and so forth. In this game, you mix and match. You also have some more customization over your base stats, which isn't huge in impact, but it's something. And instead of grenades, we have spells. We have dedicated melee weapon slots now. But core, like, movement and gunplay, it's BL3 in that regard. Like, you got the sliding, the mantling, the ground slamming, all that stuff, and it still feels Borderlands-y. But it's different enough to feel like it's different, if that makes sense. Is that amp interaction well known? Should that be a staple for all builds? The thing with amp hilts is that they only last for 3 shots, and you need to actually physically hit with that melee weapon to get those 3 shots. So that can be a deal breaker for a lot of builds, and for weapons like the Heckwaiter, for example, where you're firing many shots, those 3 will be less impactful. Ludite might be crazy with that amulet. I'm told it is. What's your favorite type of Calamity? Blazing Calamity. Blazing Calamity. They have really good area coverage. Biggest gripe of this game is when bunnies spew too many items, it's hard to look at things individually pain. At least we have those vendors now, Loves to Spooch. It'll help you with the item management. Only item needing a buff is the heads and more hair. Does that only have specific items in it though? Just the first item, and you can sell items to it too. So like, you can pick up all the loot and then sell it to get rid of it. Imagine if each character had 3 trees, build diversity would be even crazier. That'd be a lot of development, Chimpy. Each character having 1 tree, I think, is the way to go. But we know we're getting at least one additional one. One additional character class. So I'm looking forward to that. Looking dapper. Thanks, Will Pat. I got a funny T-shirt. I thought it'd be enjoyable.
Good luck.
Wish for a new character, you can skip right to Brighthoof. That'd be nice. I don't care much for the intro either, after doing it like 5 times. My game is struggling right now. Understandable with the number of projectiles I'm spewing, but... Can you confirm they periodically increase the item level cap on certain things periodically? It sure seems like it. What do you mean? They've not increased any caps on anything since the patch that brought us up to Chaos 35 cap. It's not changed since that point. So I'm not sure what you mean. I hate how you can slide off if you don't do a loop there. The thing I hate about passives are specific weapon boosts like mag size. Yeah, it can make the pool very bloated. Every other week, things 10 levels higher. Yeah, that's not a thing. Not a thing. And this is one of the many reasons item score leads you to make some bad conclusions. Part variance in this game is massive, and item score changes in a lot of weird ways. It is not a good metric of looking at items beyond your first playthrough. Played Apex before? Once. Not really a huge Battle Royale guy. I played some Black Ops 4 Blackout. And that's like the extent of my Battle Royale experience. Just don't like the gameplay, personally. Not for me. Seen people bitching that all these fixes and changes should have been in the game before it came out. People think game development is easy. The thing is, Chimpy, I don't think they legitimately believe what they're saying. It is complaining for the sake of complaining. It's not about constructive criticism. It's not about actually caring what the game does. It is about the act of shitting on it, and anything can be used as justification for that. Anything. It doesn't need to make sense. It is about being a bad faith talking point. So when you look at it through that lens, all these people asking for a thing, and then they do that thing, and those people still complain about that thing, it makes perfect sense. Because it's not about wanting meaningful change. It's not about advocating for improvements to a game because you actually like it. It's about you want something to shit on. That's all it is. Makes these people so much easier to understand. And between you and me, chat, a lot of the people doing that aren't intelligent enough to understand that we can see through that, so it's just funny. Any PvP games you used to play a lot? Black Desert Online and Star Wars The Old Republic. I'm big in PvP in those games. Played those a lot. In its heyday, Modern Warfare 2, of course, along with everyone else with an Xbox. I did a fair amount of Black Ops 4 on PlayStation when that was new. Haven't really done much PvP since then, though. I'd rather do more chill stuff like this, you know? I don't like the emotions that PvP stirs up in me. I don't like being that guy. Ever play a TF2? I didn't. Morning, Rager. How you doing today? That was a fast room. Zomboss anyway to second wind. Ads spawn in that fight pretty regularly, although I've been told that on the last gen console, so PS4 and Xbox One, that for whatever reason ads don't spawn. So in that case, Skeep Amulet. Skeep Amulet. Wrath of Nature still feels pretty good. Yeah, Wrath of Nature was simply reduced to be in line with the other debuff skill. So I got 5 out of 3 Wrath of Nature, and I've got 5 out of 3 Exploit Their Weakness. This is a perfect showcase. This stacks 5 times, so that's a 50% debuff. Wrath of Nature at 5 out of 3 is a 50% debuff. All they did was equalize. And because Exploit Their Weakness is a really good skill, Wrath of Nature is still a really good skill. So anyone telling you that this skill got gutted is fucking delusional. It's still really good. And it's worth noting that those 2 skills are comparable because they are the only 2 skills that go in that part of the damage formula. It is literally only those 2. Especially in combo play, the angle's right. Hey CZ, how you doing? Is this Queen's Cry? No, this is the Ruby Spite. You can get this gun from the first Obelisk boss in this week's featured run. So, good time to farm for this. This gun's just insanely good. It's one of the fastest clearing mobbing guns in the entire game. It's just truly built different. Gun's crazy. You always play looter shooters, you just eventually drift towards them. Kind of drifted towards them. I played the first Borderlands when it came out. Played Borderlands 2 when it came out. I did not play TPS when it came out. I revisited TPS later. But I was really hyped for Borderlands 3 for that to come out, and ever since that, I've been big into the genre. Looks like it's melting everything. Yeah, its gimmick is that when you get a kill with it, it gets a massive fire rate increase. The bullets become homing. So like that. And it's just a really good bullet hose. It's also got a weird thing where, make sure you're using it on the alternate fire mode. That's the one with higher zoom. Because that has a hidden damage multiplier. I know it sounds like some shit you'd see made up on a forum somewhere, but it's true. The second fire mode on Ruby's Fight functions identically, but just has more damage. Okay, do you ever stream anything else, just wondering? Yeah. Since Wonderlands has come out, I haven't. So it's been about 2 months of me only streaming this. But, normally, at least pre-Wonderlands, Saturday and Monday are my variety days where I just play various other games that I like. Variety will be coming back soon. It just hasn't yet. I've been too addicted to Wonderlands.
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is a Kevin near me. Hi, Kevin. This thing is bugged though, right? No. What would the bug even be? It's just good. Like, they even nerfed this thing. They were afraid of this thing. They nerfed it by, what, 30% the second week of the game? It's just good. How you doing, Stone Swan? Yo, OBS, stop, like, eating my frames. What are you doing? Big echo. Done sick. Any recommendations for good bossing guns to use on a melee burst stab build for those pesky bosses that are hard to melee? As usual, you're looking at Torg Sticky's Fatal. You got Luddite, Sword Explosion, Body Rocker are the go-tos there for the most part. Depending on the boss, other weapons could enter the fray. If they've got an open, easy-to-hit crit spot, you've got the snipers come in great. Carouser, Great Bow. Sawmill doesn't care whether or not it has an open crit spot as long as you've got the mag size to sustain it for at least a little bit. Headcannon's great with an open crit spot. Yes, even for bossing. Lacerite's is good at everything. Any gems in new DLC gear? The Amulet is wildly overpowered, as is the melee weapon. Stabbo Burr build doesn't need to melee at all if you can't or don't want to. Yeah. Stabbo Burr gun builds are enjoyable too. Got the melee up in the new SMG. I've not done enough testing on the SMG to have like a strong opinion on it. It felt okay, but might be one of those things you gotta build around, you know? Still largely melee build, 0 gun damage. Nice. Assault and batteries bonkers, yeah. So is Barbaload. My Chon Tree again? Absolutely. I totally forgot I was going to explain this spec, and I forgot to do that. I have no attention span. That was like 2 hours ago, too. I lost track of time. Yeah, I'll show it after this run. Thanks, Echo. Who thinks a better second class for a Grave Dire Sacrifice build? So you're gonna likely be between one of 3 classes there, and I'll give use cases for each and my preference. Graveborn combines well with Dire Sacrifice, with Berserker, Stabomancer, and Spellshot, all for various reasons. Spellshot has the paradigm option. You know, get a ton of spell damage, convert it to ability, and force it that way. And the Spellshot side of things gives you a single target tool, while your Dire Sacrifice takes care of your multi-target. Berserker will buff Dire Sacrifice's damage the most, thanks to unarmored defense, increasing your HP. And Berserker also having a good formula. And Stabomancer can do contagion stuff. I prefer Berserker there, personally. But all are valid. Which secondary for Claw if I'm not doing Spellshot, Paradigm, Spellblade? What are you doing though? Like what's your damage dealing method, Smodazar? Anyway, skill tree. Spore Warden, all the way down to Play the Angles. We take 4 in Bounty of the Hunt, 5 Eagle Eye, 5 Affinity, 3 Quiver of Holding, 1 Medicinal Mushroom, 3 Windrunner. We skip tier 4 because it's kind of bad. We take 3 Wrath of Nature, 1 Headhunter, and then Play the Angles. And then the Sabo tree doesn't do too much overall here. The big things of value are Haste, gives us movement speed to get to more enemies during From the Shadows. It also makes our melee attack faster so we can deliver Echo and stack Amp more quickly, less downtime on our shooting. Potent Poisons helps our Dark Magic healing, which keeps our Warden Chant, the full health one, active more. It also feeds into the Contagion tech, which we have 2 points in to facilitate. Elusive allows us to shoot while sprinting, which is more efficient for our From the Shadows use. Nimble Fingers is there just because we are meleeing for Amp and Echo, so we may as well get the fire rate. The 1 Swift Death Point is just to get down the tree. It's a bad skill. And Exploit Their Weakness, as we discussed before, is as good as Wrath of Nature, except this will be present on single targets, whereas this won't be. Hero points wise, max crit damage, max status damage, and then I spread the rest between spell cooldown, constitution, or intelligence, constitution, and attunement for spell cooldown, max ward, to give me more buffer before my health gets hit, and still cooldown. Hey, resolve.
Hey, nice suit. Are you going to the same birthday as me, lol?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'll see you there. Thank you so much, Resolve, for the 7 months. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing great. Sword Explosion, trying to get max size. If you're shooting Sword Explosion on a Clawbringer, your second class, there's arguments for Berserker, there's arguments for Spellshot. I'd say one of those. There's arguments for Spore Warden. Spore Warden could give you mag size there, and the Play the Angles ricochets. I think they need to change how Dexterity works. No. I don't. Dexterity is still of value if you're doing crit chance-centric stuff and you're using something with a high base crit chance. For example, this spell has a low base crit chance, 6%, so you don't get much out of crit chance boosts. But if you ran something like this Trickster's Ice Spike, 24% crit chance boost, suddenly those boosts mean a lot more. What I would like them to change, though, is Stabomancer's class feat is bad, because it's functionally the same as 25 points of dex before class power, and that is far and away the weakest class feat in the game. Clawbringer is better at getting consistent crits than Stabomancer is, because Awe is a good skill. Does this roll Primordial plus 3 Wrath of Nature? Yeah, that's the thing that can roll. The class combo that Rager said. In terms of the gear that I've equipped right now for the spec, for that run I just used this Ruby Spite. I don't know if this is max damage or not. It's variable parts, so I have no idea. This is just one I picked up. We're using a Barbaload. The class power and element don't matter here, neither does the damage passive. Barbaload's just cracked. Plate Mail for more on-hit effects. Body Rune with full health enchant. Gun damage Shark's Banes. And a Spectral Talent spell, because I like how it looks. Amp Echo Twin Soul. That's the build. It's bad unless you very specifically build for Ghostblade, I think. Even when building for Ghostblade, other classes have, like, more to offer there. So Swift Death's a bad skill. How come? Because it is a damage bonus that goes in a category which is very easy to populate with other things. It is a very low value. It is the only movement speed based damage increase that actually cares how fast you are moving. For example, Red Hellion and Selective Amnesia care how fast your movement can go, not how fast it is. So it's 1-to-1 with those. You get a bonus for having movement speed. With this, you need to actually move, and the value is terrible. It's not a good skill. It is weak. And it is also additive with 1,000 Cuts, which is deeper in the tree if you're going down to Executioner's Blade. Like, given a choice between these two skills, and this one wins. Not that this one's good either. But other things that go in the damage category with Swift Death. If you have an all damage passive amulet, which I don't have on me right now, that goes in there. If you have all damage on an armor, that goes in there. This enchantment goes in there. Any enchantment that says all damage goes there. Graveborn's Faithful Thralls, which you'll get a large value from. It's just, Swift Death is a bad skill. Why is Pincushion bad? Because it doesn't do good damage. Pincushion with its gimmick still does less damage than other legendary melee weapons without their gimmicks. Thanks plenty, you're welcome. And my connection is not very stable today. Very unfortunate. This is the amulet you're wearing for the pincushion thing. Barbaload. Attacks have a 15% chance to fire attached crossbows to nearby enemies and refund a portion of ammo. What this means is that it effectively makes guns that apply crossbolts like this ricochet. 1,000 Cuts isn't good either. It's not, for many of the same reasons. 1,000 Cuts doesn't have the same value problem. Like, it's a bigger number than Swift Death, but 1,000 Cuts is in Tier 5 of Stabomancer Tree, where you can take better skills to get down that far and farther. And it's still in that same damage category. So, like, 1,000 Cuts per point. 0.2% per stack, 25 stacks. It's what? 12? No, why is my brain not working? However much damage that is, why not just use that? I don't know why I thought 12.5. That's different thing. Ignore me. That'd be if it was point. Yeah, different thing. My brain is thinking of 3 skills at once. You get the new class mod in Chaos Chamber, you have to farm the actual DLC. 5% for 1 point. Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Brain totally farted. Yeah, so 5% for 1 point is, 1/4 of this. It's, like, real bad. Case in point, play Graveborn, take Faithful Thralls, you have more than that from 1 skill point on Graveborn. Same damage type, same boost. Tsarades Bolts, would I get value from this, you think? Currently using an Amulet, Dark Magic, Stabo, Status Damage, Ski Pooches. So basically, if you're using anything that applies crossbolts or saw blades, with a couple weird exceptions, I think the Sawmill is an exception, the Barbaload is basically free access to Spore Ward and Capstone. Is a way of putting it. Yeah, I don't know if I finished the answer to Adriana, but you have to go to the actual DLC currently for that armor. I've been told anyway. I've still not gotten it to drop. Without my current neck, I'm over 100% status damage, which I hear is a magic number for contagion. More still helps you. It's just 100's the minimum. Think of it as getting to 100 enables the contagion tech to do what it does. And more than that makes your loops happen, like, need fewer cycles. How effective is 1,000 cuts? We went over that a moment ago. 25% per point. 25% all damage per point. So, like, terrible. It's better than Swift Death, but that's not a high threshold to clear. It is only worth taking if you're going to Executioner's Blade. 25% for all 5 points. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why it said per point. Yeah, it's 5% per point. See, my brain keeps trying to auto-correct 1,000 cuts to be something better. You guys notice that? It's like, no, it's just sad. It's not a good skill. 25% per point would be excellent. It'd be second to Faithful Thralls. $2,500% per point. Pog. I'm over 100% anyway, more value for 30% all damage or 89% status. Absolutely status. Without question. Status. So in good news, I actually surprised everyone. Redder actually apologized to me for being an ass. Wow. Someone apologized over the internet when they were being an asshole? That doesn't happen. What's your secret, Fusion? What'd you do? Gotta go see y'all. Take it easy, Emily. You have a good one. Let's do a carouser run. I'm feeling the carouser. Barbaload carouser. That sounds spicy. I think I gotta work harder to get my 2 mag with this. Does this give me enough for 2 mag? I might not get 2 mag without having a crit active with this Barbaload. Does this thing have variable passives, chat? I've only gotten the 1 to drop so far, so I genuinely don't know. 1,000 cuts makes me think it's good by building all those stacks. It's really not good at all. Yeah, it's just, hey, big stack number. It must be good. Nope. Anyways, going on, goodbye. Take it easy, sorry. You have a good one. And my ammo regen's really trying. It's still letting me double shot fairly often. I'm okay with that. Before they apologized for saying, told them not to complain about the DLC, I told them to read my comments again because I never said that. They said, sorry, being asked, overreacted, was wrong, take out their anger on me, it's something they're working on. That's wholesome. That's a success story. It's a journey of self-improvement. Like, that's just some feel-good shit. I'm glad you got that. Is Indomitable bugged? No, Indomitable works. I don't think people understand how it works, but it works. There is literally nothing bugged about Indomitable whatsoever. McMillan, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate it. I think you might be missing Indomitable working, and going down with it on cooldown already. Because a lot of people seem to do that. If you have the icon for Indomitable on your buff bar, it's on cooldown. That doesn't mean it's available, it means it's cooling down. Make the message work? Message is good at applying poison dots over an area, Pericles. It's easy to miss if your shield filled up instead of you going down and went off.
Watch out!
Especially in a chaotic fight, still good skill. Yeah, not only is it a cheat death mechanic, which we've had a lot of throughout Lands games, it's one that gives you damage when it triggers. Like, it's really good. And unlike Amara's Guardian Angel skill in Borderlands 3, for example, it's not placed in a situation where you have to lose a good spec to take it. Like, it's right next to Awe, which is a good skill. So, like, it's fine. Whereas Deep Amara Green Tree was terrible. For most builds, anyway. That was one shot. One opportunity, I suppose. In the patch they mentioned more mobs for multiplayer. I don't think they mentioned solo play at all. How's the chamber play felt? Any different? Any chance kind of hope for more mob density, even they didn't mention it? I've not noticed any increased density, Aaron. I'm hopeful that they do give us the option at some point to opt in to those extra co-op spawns in solo. That would be really nice. And I've not played any multiplayer, so I don't know either for that. But I'm hopeful they let us choose to have those extra mobs in solo. Sword supposed to do area damage? Yes.
This off to the hereafter.
As far as I know, every single Torg gun and every single spell do area damage. Outside of those, it's unique cases. Every launcher is area damage, I believe. Outside of those, it's like a case-by-case thing. How can you say that about the tree that gave us downfall? It was our downfall the whole time, J-Bridge. Pride before the downfall. This thing's crazy. 2 mil ricochet. Just using a carouser. Just 2 mil ricochet. Like, how could snipers be bad if I'm just casually hitting 2 mil ricochets? Play the angles from the shadow seems like a disgusting combo. Now include black powder ricochets and Barbalode with all of that. Like, every shot I'm doing is ricocheting to somebody. See all these ricochets? Shit's gross. Hey Flash Bro, how you doing? Good on IMO, Stab Claw Contagion build, melee heavy, also more from Dragon Aura with Thunder. Yep, I have a setup just like that. It's a lot of fun. $9 mil. 9 million. Just ate breakfast, now watching your stream. How you doing? Doing great. Enjoying sniping. With plate mail stealing damage. Yeah, 9 mil with plate mail stealing damage. We're farming for some launchers and some shotguns, Flash. Not having much success, but we are enjoying just using various weapons. Just sniping right now with a Barbalode, and it's pretty crazy. All the ricochets. It's so pretty. So they're gonna add more challenges to the Chaos Chambers. That'd be cool. They've been adding more rooms. I'd still like to see them include the base game rooms that they've not included. Because as they add more rooms with the PLC content, that doesn't expand the featured runs. But if they add the base game rooms that haven't been used, that's not behind a paywall. So they can just do that. And more variety. Sorry, just coming here, but it's on sale on Xbox. Massive Borderlands fan seems to mixed reviews. Is it worth $65? 65 pounds. Yeah, I think it is. I really enjoy this game. As someone who put over 6,000 hours into Borderlands 3, this game is already like on par, if not better, for me as a build crafter, as an endgame content player. I really enjoy this. If you like a dungeon crawling experience where you make lots of different builds, you farm for some gear through gameplay, like not through mindlessly resetting one enemy, but like you do an activity, get a huge loot room at the end, that kind of deal. If you like that, then this game's totally up your alley. Lots of build options, lots of very unique feeling weapons. And lots of playstyle options. All that's good. Now, if you're more of a story-oriented person, maybe wait for a sale. The story's good, there's just not a focus on it over endgame content, you know?
Not this time.
Hey, look, farming. Not yet. Not yet. Excuse me, sir, you're all dressed up, looking stylish there. It's a t-shirt! It's a t-shirt! I thought it'd be funny. Try to stay from watching until I can afford it. Thanks, man. You're very welcome. And yeah, nothing to feel sorry about in terms of asking questions. It's a good question. Finding out if people think the game is worth the price tag. I personally think it is. Sweet t-shirt, I want one of those, gonna take yours, but I need it. I need it to be clothed. Big brick energy.
Elemental Eagle.
Barbalode is crazy, chat. Like, this amulet is so good. All you technically need is some electrical tape. Sir? It's gonna be a red card. Unsanctioned horniness. Why am I on fire? I don't know what set me on fire. Okay. Guess I'll never know. Couldn't kill the DLC 2 boss, realized I had my luck gear on. Oh, pain, Doug. Hopefully you got that resolved now. Carousing with the amulet, thought that might be a good combo. Yeah, we're also doing plate mail, we got play the angles, we got all the ricochets, Viper. All the ricochets. Plays best on a stupid barrel? Probably. Probably. Maximum R effect? Yeah. Where is Zomboss's crit spot? Is it the head? It's gotta be the head. I just can't see through all these particle effects. Yeah, I can't see. Alright, here we go. There we go. Much better. Plate mail gives ricochets. Plate mail increases instances of on-hit effects. For example, with Blast Chill. If you swing and you're spec'd into Blast Chill, you're wearing a plate mail. The main portion, the 70% damage, has a chance to trigger Blast Chill, but the 30% also has a chance to trigger Blast Chill. So plate mail increases chances for individual on-hit effects to occur. In terms of style, which game do you like more, Wonderlands or BL3? Personally, I like BL3 more because it's more modern. I'm not a huge fan of the fantasy theme.
Well, this is my favorite killer fungus.
I'd still go with Wonderlands in that regard, Flash, solely because the Borderlands aesthetic has been played out over 13 years. They've innovated on it, but I like innovation. Like, specifically. So, yes, Borderlands has moved forward, but every game at some point has been, hey, look at these shades of gray and brown on Pandora. Isn't this cool? This game has more variety in environments and just more changes of pace. I like the aesthetic a lot more. I feel like enemies in particular are hard to see in BO3. Always had to use the minimap. Another problem in Wonderlands. In both games, I think particle effects play a big role there. Personally, can't wait to see how the advent of Unreal 5 affects the Borderlands art style. Yeah, that's going to be really wild. BO3 best music? Absolutely. How you doing today? I'm doing well, Viper. I'm doing well. Farming ain't going so great. We're not getting the thing we want. But it's two separate, non-unique items that I'm looking out for. Very specific parts. Kinda to be expected. But we're having fun in the gameplay in the process. This is why farming through Chaos Chamber is good. Because I am getting to go for my gear goals while actually getting gameplay. If I was sitting here killing one enemy, I'd be miserable. Yeah, UE5 is gorgeous. If you haven't seen any of the Unreal Engine 5 tech demos, there's a pretty cool one they did in collaboration with The Matrix. Now, that movie wasn't exceptional by any means, but the demo was cool. So check that out if you haven't. It's quite cool to see. As soon as games start being released on Unreal 5, it's gonna be a big step to the future. Yeah, Unreal 5 looks more realistic than real life. What else can we use this Barbalode? I haven't done any Ludite Barbalode stuff, but I'm scared, to be perfectly honest. go back to liquid cooling where it's comfy and safe. Nice time I got back. All the bunnies, but I do enjoy killing one enemy to looking for the item you need for your build. See, this is why I think both should be compelling offerings, and why I think that doing things like putting the DLC gear not in the bunnies, because people who hate both methods decided bunnies needed to be worse. I don't think that was a good step. We've also had 13 years of dedicated farming-centric item acquisition in Lands games. 13 years, and it has only gotten worse. As load times go up, as content scope goes up, the farming gets less enjoyable, because we don't have the advantage of 3-second load times from a 10-year-old game. And there's actual other content. Like, we've seen it. We've been spoiled by having good gameplay in these games now. It is not solely about the loot. It is about the content design and the combat and the build crafting and stuff. So, like, ultimately, the itch that people are trying to scratch by only killing one enemy, it's never going to be scratched again. That's just not how it works anymore. So, the play would be just cater to both styles best you can. Give dedicated farmers better quality of life in their sphere, but stop affecting mine of the chamber. Can the body rune bonus damage apply dots? It can. Spellcast frost damage, I'll take that. Maybe I'm the minority, but bigger, better graphics in this bag for me. Games start to be style over substance. That's true. Graphics aren't everything for me. Honestly, art style is more of a thing than graphics quality. For example, Sifu, very distinctive art style. So the Absolver art style, if you're familiar with that game. But it's not like super high tech or anything. It's just very stylistic. I think that's more important. Percent chance for this? For what, Pericles? Just bought the game. Big fan of Borderlands 3. You have any tips? Yeah, Fizzy. I'm also a big fan of Borderlands 3. Welcome. Biggest tip would be to experiment. In the same vein that Borderlands 3 had more good items than people were even aware of, you could just use random things and find success. Wonderlands is like that. But now we can also mix and match our classes as well. So it's a huge playground. Experimentation is key. If you see an item you're not familiar with, pick it up, use it, try to figure out what it does, because there's a lot of items in this game that aren't straightforward in their strengths. Like, this gun might just look like a good bullet hose right now, but the gimmick is that whenever I hit a crit, it refunds some heat. So, critting a lot with this gun makes it a sustainable bullet hose. And that's not something that's immediately apparent from watching gameplay. Now that you know it's happening, you can look at my heat bar in the bottom right and see. But if I didn't tell you that, you might not know. So, a lot of guns have their own sort of thing like that, and some of them are even less straightforward. So I encourage experimentation, above all else. think they should separate loot log from dedicated drop rate and increase steady rates. That way bunnies are unaffected. Steady farming's better. I honestly don't have a strong opinion there, Fusion, because in BL3 they were static rates, yet you still had people downplaying the anti-player nature of the farming system, and that led to those people suddenly being like, oh, it's so hard to get specific rolls on things in Wonderlands, when it's the fucking same. Like, it's the same part set, it's the same system, but people are just more aware of it now because they spent 2 years downplaying it in Borderlands 3. Like, so I don't know if that would do anything. Or like that, not just the meta, but everything can be good when used the right way. Right. There's very few things you can actually call, like, outright bad in this game. And they're still doing week-to-week balancing. Doing a pretty good job of that in most areas, I'd say. So, like, yeah, there's just lots of choices in this game. I'm using a bunch of weird stuff. Like, launchers aren't very popular in this game, but I swear by them. They're great. You just gotta get the ammo. Not just one way of playing. Exactly. Quest reward guns are really good. Like this last rights here is my favorite gun in the entire game, and it's just a blue quest reward. Lots of cool stuff you can do. There's lots of choices. This game's great. Truly a builder's playground. If you enjoyed that aspect of Borderlands 3, you're gonna love it here. Good way to improve Daddy farming, have bosses still drop legendary as Chaos Chamber, have one item has a big chance to drop over their other drops, then they're featuring Chaos Chamber, still have these drops instead of removing the other drops. I mean, they're featuring bosses in the Chaos Chamber, and during the featured run, they just vomit out massive piles of their dedicated drops. Like, sure, apply the featured buffs outside of the chamber all the time, and that'll shut the dedicated farmers up nicely. Just make them all guaranteed drop one item, with chances of multiple. There you go. Problem solved.
Like weed before the sight.
But the guaranteed drops on the farm isn't rewarding. Ugh. Hey Sean, how you doing?
This world's no place for the weak.
This is the launcher that I'm farming for an upgrade for, by the way. This one right here. Gotta slow down, can't move these goalposts fast enough. Split loot pool numbers do make farming more frustrating. No, they don't, Irish. It's all perspective there. Let's say you have the standard 40,000 loot luck. That means you're working with about 21-ish% dedicated drop pool, assuming it's divided among 3 drops. You're looking at about 7% per drop. There were many drops in Borderlands 3 that were less than 5%. Yet people still regularly said it was too easy to get drops in that game. Chances are literally better. Rocket launcher looks so cool. Oh, it's great. It's great. It's rocket salvo underbarrel. And I'm using the Spore Warden's Capstone skill is like a Mara's Indiscriminate skill from Borderlands 3, if you're familiar with that, the one that makes guns ricochet. So I can make this rocket launcher that hits a ton of times, ricochet, hit a ton of enemies. So it's good single target, good multi-target, just good everything. It's very satisfying. Basically, Rain Legends in BL3. No, it didn't. Think about it. Part variants in BL3. You could have a gun, just a gun, that has 50,000 different part combinations it can drop in. 50,000. And drop rates of that gun were, on average, about 2.5% higher than Borderlands 2 drop rates. 100 times the part variants, 2.5% higher drop rate. Now, what there was a lot of was world drops, because there were so many items in Borderlands 3 that if you took the entire world drop pool, divided it by the world drop rate, you are still getting a reasonable amount of items. Seeing the color orange on your screen does not mean you got the drop. Now, if you were talking about in the story, while leveling, yes, legendaries dropped in excess, but I am not talking about that. So, like, this is... I got a Perceiver drop, chat. I won the game. I got a non-chaotic Perceiver with a middle-of-the-road mag size, an enchantment I don't care about, and an element I don't want. Did I win the game? Did I get the drop? Is it raining drops? No, because I don't give a shit about this item. This isn't a good Perceiver either. Neither is this one. This one's better, but guess what? It's dark magic and chaotic. Could be better. So this idea of too many legendaries in Borderlands 3 was always repeated without any context. And talking points like that serve to downplay the farming problems in that game, which is why they are present again in this game. But because people who play this game are determined to shit on it, that's relevant to them now, when it wasn't then. Despite it being the literal same exact problem. It's not new. Hey Name, how you doing? The specific example I use, if you are thinking that I'm pulling these numbers out of my ass, let's compare the conference call in Borderlands 2 to Borderlands 3. In Borderlands 2, the conference call had, when you adjust for sights and everything, an equalized weighting in the mid-800s. It's called 850 part combinations. This is including elements, grips, you know, all that shit. In Borderlands 3, the conference call has 100 times that. It's in the mid-8,000s. When you include anoints and all parts, removing sights from the equation in both games, so I'm being kind to the BL2 comparison point there. So, when you do that, you're like, oh wow, getting a conference call you actually want to use, harder in that game. So, what do? Let's increase the drop rates a bit. The drop rates from a moonshot save quit farm in Borderlands 2 of a conference call is 12.5%. 12.5%. Okay? BL2 fans seem to think that's pretty reasonable. You know what the drop rate of a conference call in Borderlands 3 is from the dedicated source? 15%. 2.5% better chance, but 100 times more combinations of the item. Additionally, guess what's longer in BL3? Load times. And Wonderlands uses the same part set as Borderlands 3, meaning the items have the same ideology of high part variance. So the problem is still here.
They would never let me live this down. This'll come in handy.
Something I find quite funny about the whole legendaries not rewarding thing is that Joel's one of the people said they weren't special, is using 2 mods and end up significantly more legendaries in BL2. That's because it's not about the actual change, Bung Guns. It's about making the complaint. There is no configuration of drop rates to part variance to rewardingness that could satisfy that argument. It is not intended to be in good faith. Because there's the data. I just gave you the numbers as to why it works the way it does. Data isn't useful to people making bad faith bitching fucking... Remember, math doesn't lie. Hey, Popty, thanks for taking care of CZ. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
He's on fire.
We missed it earlier, worked on Spell Shock Law build, love the damage. Ooh, that sounds fun, crew. I did miss that. People don't want increased LEGO rates, but are completely fine with 1500 runs for the perfect jam. Yeah, it's a pretty big self-report, but... And in no way do I want anyone to think that criticism of a loot system or a game is off the table. I've voiced several criticisms with the systems of this game. But the difference is, I use actual data, and we approach it constructively here on this channel. Wasn't purple in Discord. Never change. On the topic of feedback, I think that having these conversations is important, and that if you claim to want to provide constructive criticism, and you advocate for a change, that you should, I don't know, maybe do it from a standpoint of, would this change actually cause me to stop complaining? If not, then maybe shut the fuck up. How do you think they can improve on it? The farming with drop rates versus part variance and that stuff, Thermal? I think it's a multi-stage thing. So I think that a complaint regarding dedicated drops is playthrough oriented. Your loot luck is not at that rate where you have that 20% divided during a playthrough. That's just not how it works, because level is one of the things that scales it, chaos tier is another thing that scales it. So if you're trying to dedicated farm while going through a playthrough or doing a chaos climb, your rates are going to look significantly worse than that divided 20% by 3 sources. So yes, from that point of view, the rates are low, especially if you're doing a theme playthrough, which is a very popular thing in this fan base. So, I think that perhaps the curve of loot luck could be tweaked to mean you get more early than you do now. Not by a significant amount, because then that's going to increase the world drops and people are going to complain about that. The solution of, you know, removing dedicated drops from loot luck would accomplish part of the change there. Part of it, but I don't think that on its own corrects the problem. Additionally, I think a very important cornerstone of overhauling this system would be leaving Chaos Chamber bunnies alone, because they're an entirely different farming style, similar to how world drops in Borderlands 3 were for people who did not want to put themselves through the part variance grinder of go kill one enemy in 2 nanoseconds, and then look at a load screen to kill the same enemy again for 5 consecutive hours to get a drop with even remotely acceptable parts. That wasn't fun to me. I did several streams of that. I hated it. And the thing with that is, you could say, but Quag, then just go world drop farm. You see, I would have, but in a very high profile, very polarizing change in April of 2021? Yeah, April 2021. When DLC 6 came out, is they massively slashed the world drop rate, specifically at endgame. Now this is because the playthrough complainers did not filter their bad faith arguments properly, and the perception that legendaries dropped all the time everywhere and you got everything you needed so easily spread like fucking wildfire, to the point where you had people believing that you could gear up at endgame just so easily because everything rained perfect parts items, and like, no. To even get a remotely usable part combination on some items, you were looking at hours upon hours of farming just to start using your build. That was not acceptable to me, and the world drop change made that worse. This is the same thing. We can trace this to PLC 2 in this game, where PLC 2 items are not available through the bunnies, or as drops inside the chamber. And this is something specifically requested by the type of player who dedicated farms and wants all other farming methods to be worse. The footprint of this is that everybody gets less loot, and the people who ask for the change still aren't happy. This happened. This exact thing happened a year ago in Borderlands 3. DLC 4 drop rates were abysmal? Yes, DLC 2 and 4 in Borderlands 3 had abysmal dedicated farming drop rates. You know what had good dedicated farming drop rates in Borderlands 3? DLCs 1 and 3. DLC 1 had several items that were guaranteed to drop, but part variants justified it. Because you could get an ion cannon every single run. Every single run. And still not get a good one because you had to worry about parts, including elements, and anointment. And that variance meant that you still ended up putting significant farming time towards that. You don't need to do this drop starvation thing. That's not how you make good itemization. DL3 seemed a little too easy IMO. There's no replay value in DLC 3, otherwise Earthshock. The only replay value is farming in those story DLCs. So, if the drop rates are high and there's nothing to do, of course it seems too easy, because there's no content there. DLC 2 gears and the bunnies? Correct. Don't miss that, Redeem. I'll tweet that. Tweet that. Zomboss still has no ads for me. Are you on an old gen console, Thermal? Wasn't trying to upset anyone to pick sides? No, I didn't say you did, Irish. Stated my opinion and experience and no idea about the part variants, but it makes sense. This is what 30 Brazilian guns looks like. And exactly that, because the people who state the opinion that you shared there don't know that. So when you assert something as fact without understanding the system that you're presenting assertions about, it's wrong. And the reason why I'm being so passionate about it is because this is the second game in a row where people who don't understand the systems they're criticizing are providing inaccurate statements that color the opinion of an entire fan base. And my blood pressure from Lands fan toxicity over the last 2 weeks is up here. Because it's a bunch of people who don't understand the faintest nuance of what they're talking about, deciding to do shit like send my friends death threats, and like, I don't like that. That makes me angry. People saying the game's ruined, the game's impossible because everything was nerfed. Meanwhile, that's not true. Yeah, Thermal, it's a straight up lie. At best, it's ignorance. At worst, it's lies intended to stop people from enjoying something. So this is why it's damaging when people with platforms who know better just spew wildly opinionated bad faith talking points, knowing that that gets picked up by their fan base and propagated. Like, when you get to a certain level of following, you have a responsibility to not enable the assholes. And unfortunately, not everyone out there is doing that. You'll have people who put out content that is measured pros and cons, what I like about a thing, what I didn't like about a thing, why I feel that way. For example, it's crossed my desk a bunch of times that the K6 made a video explaining his feelings on the game. But the difference between someone like K6, who weighs pros and cons, does his best to provide actual examples of what he would like to change and why, and does it out of a genuine love for the property. People like K6 are not the problem here. It's the other approach. It's the toxic one that doesn't get called out enough. And I'm just sick of dealing with those people. I'm sick of staying silent about those people. So, fuck them. It's easier for people to complain about something rather than understand it. I think it's a human problem. I think so too, but it's at a point where it's affecting things that other people simply want to enjoy. Like the tux strip today. This might be my favorite shirt, Earthshock. And classy as always. Thanks, Remy. Hey, Ferric, how are you today? You're gonna complain to offer solutions, and most people aren't crunching numbers and providing data. Not only that, Thermal, but if you're gonna offer a solution and then still drag the thing after the solution is implemented, like, why did you speak up? Like, if it wouldn't actually change anything for you, why did you suggest it? That's the big thing. It's a carrot and stick situation, except there's just always stick. It's stick and stick. Toxic streamers fan base pollute all the other streams. Yeah, Char Attack. You'll see lots and lots of people who repeat these talking points without knowing what they're saying, and then you ask them, you push any of these people on it, and they either don't respond, or they start insulting you, because there's no substance to any of it. It's just whining. And once again, I want to make it perfectly clear that there are legitimate things to discuss that could improve this game, and that it's okay to simply not like things. But there is a wild, wild difference between doing that and weaponizing your fan base just for the sake of hating a new thing. Well, I hope is they'll get bored and move on. Being an ass is so low effort, the hope's dimming. It'll happen, J-Bridge. At the latest, it'll be after the DLC season concludes. The complainers will taper off and move on, and then we can actually sit here and enjoy things. I'm gonna try this Boilermaker, I think. This is the gun I'm going for, I just want a better projectile count. So, like, this can go up to 19. 2 mag is what I want, which is why I picked this one up, because 2 mag volatile, that's a good starting point. So, it fires in 2-shot bursts. And with fire rate, you can make that pretty hosey. My name Pet Dog? Elden Ring reference. I thought it'd be funny. Dupe enchantment. Give dupe protection. Drill is one tough SOB. Yeah, definitely can be. Instead of discussing actual things that need fixes, we should just give Drill less health, or more. I can't keep up with the latest round of complaints. Drill's tanky. I think having conversation about boss balancing is important because a lot of the complaints in terms of balance in this game are boss centric one way or another. Some people want them tankier, some people want them less tanky, some people want quality of life things like making the birds in the Wastard fight bigger or more visible, for example. I think that's a valid conversation to have. I don't think that's necessarily coming from a bad faith place. I don't have any trouble with drill. I don't either, but not everyone prepares for it the same, Thermal. Rona Creator says, waiting for BL4. Every new game came out in this franchise, made them go back to 2. At this point, BL2 seems to be the only game in the series that they like. Well, yeah, of course, because it's not about the new thing. It's about complaining about the new thing without admitting that you only like one thing. That's all it is. I'll try this out non-enchanted. Copy drill health added to chums? Unironically, yes. No one's using the automatic and skill the bird. Right, Crook. Like, there are ways to bypass these challenges. Often it's threshold of effort. This is why spreading good info, like your auto-magic trick, helps. You can do the same thing with Furior chucks. Chuck any Furior gun into the bird and insta-dies. Same with auto-magic darts.
Come on, have some fun.
Shitters are bad on Thursday. I get the folks who just pointed DLCs. Damn, they were monopolizing chats for hours. Yeah, like, I actually was so frustrated having to read all this shit everywhere I went on Thursday that, Para can vouch, we're commiserating, that my blood pressure was so high, I had tunnel vision just from reading social media shit. And unfortunately, as a content creator, I can't quite step off of said social media. It's literally part of my job. So, like, it's particularly painful to see. And when a fan base is becoming so toxic that it has a physical effect on you, that's maybe a big red flag. And when you have people who you know well enough to know that they know better, who just stoke the toxicity out of some weird hate boner, it's frustrating. Someone who doesn't really like BL2 like that and hated the farming, only played 8 months in, the game wasn't all that to me. It wasn't all that to me either, Thermal. But the difference between you and I, and people who dragged this game, and did the same thing in Borderlands 3, is that we don't make it our entire personality to hate the thing instead of just liking something else. That's the difference. It's okay to not like something. Just don't engage with it. If there's nothing it could do to make it up to you, then, like, just don't engage with it. It's that simple. If your time is so valuable that you need to complain about how something works and you want it changed to better suit you, then, like, okay. Either actually be part of the solution or go away.
Storm takes flight.
Sort of moves to Simo right now. Like I mentioned, Irish, I hit a point where I no longer have patience for these people, and if you don't push back against toxic, bad faith shit like that, what happens is those people start to control the narrative. And then the perception of, oh, everyone feels this way, becomes more grounded, more rooted in a kernel of truth. Because if the only people speaking up are providing one kind of feedback, then yeah, you could say that everyone providing feedback says that, you know? So even if it's screaming to a void, I've decided it's worth, for the health of the fan base, pushing back. Like I said, this might have been yesterday, it might have been 2 streams ago. If you have 100 people in a room, and 20 of them are flinging their shit at the walls while the other 80 are just kind of sitting there quietly vibing, then yeah, it's gonna look like everyone's being rowdy. So those 80 people need to also say something. Get called a shill for liking a game, and I'm thinking of Gearbox wants to pay for liking the game, I'm all ears. Like, right, like... I just don't understand that whole thing. I don't understand the use of that. It's wild. How you doing today, Osiris? Out of curiosity, found any of the cult symbols? I found some of them. I'm not really actively searching. I'm in favor of no story DLCs like these in Arms Race. Story DLCs don't really do it for me, and we've had over a decade of that content model. It makes sense that in the first Lands game that isn't called Borderlands that they do something different. And remember, this game sold well. Like, it did well financially, which enhances the likelihood of even more content. Remember how Borderlands 3 did well enough that they gave it a second season? And Borderlands 3's second season was different in DLC approach than the first season. First 4 were story, the other 2 were completely different. Who's to say that can't happen for this game? Also wish other streamers fed up with it like you, even not actually hating things, just letting the BS fester and chat was all putting to me. It's a delicate balance, Earthshock. Some of them are being careful, because it can be damaging to your brand and to your relationship with other creators if you are outspoken about this sort of thing. But my response to that is fuck them. Doing great, having a blast playing Wonderlands. Yo, me too, Osiris. I've always prided myself on, honesty, integrity, that sort of thing. I will not pretend to be okay with something if I'm not, just in any facet of my existence. That's just how I operate. So, if I see some community conduct that I think is a dumpster fire and just hurts people, I'll say something. Simple as that. Probably just been watching too much Hassan lately. There's no problem telling chat to stop sucking. Hassan is good at that. Having vending machines at NKS is a great quality of life improvement. Absolutely, Pizza Trains. It's something people asked for and they delivered. Credit where credit's due, right? This gun is so good, by the way. Like, this is this unenchanted Boilermaker that has 7 less projectiles than what I'm going for, and it's just doing this well. Bond. Quaddy Bond. Hey Don, how you doing? Got here to start this conversation. We're just talking about toxic elements of the community, Pandora's Bricks, who are just... there's a stark difference between constructive criticism and just toxicity. It is the root of it. And, there's not a lot of creators stating forcefully, forcefully condemning those elements of the community who just want to say toxic shit and be shitlords all the time. So I've decided that I'll do it. If I gotta call out negativity to breed more positivity in the community, then I'll fucking do it. That was a foul smell. Ugh. Real and respect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just doing what I feel is right, and that's all any of us can do. I come here to speak my language, and I appreciate you guys. I would not be as forthcoming if I did not feel comfortable that you guys also just want people to enjoy things. So you guys get my unfiltered takes because, one, I value honesty, and two, I value you. Hey, Pragmatic, how you doing today? Hey, for what you do, Quag, as you know, I'm sometimes bad at words and dealing that shit stuff. It's probably better for your mental health, Rune, not to be good at dealing with that stuff. Because I do sometimes put myself in situations that aren't good for me, but... Hey, you're also one of the people out there that works hard at spreading good info, and I respect that a lot. What are your thoughts on the patch and DLC? I think the DLC was an improvement over the first one. I think they still have a ways to go with getting the individual mirrors to a point where they feel as quality as some of the other downloadable and post-launch content they put out. But I think that PLC 2 is a huge step in the right direction because the pacing of the content feels better. It once again added a bunch of cool new loot. They refined the wheel and improved the retention of the DLC. So like, PLC, excuse me. So like the soul currency. We had no real reason to even go after it other than for cosmetics in PLC 1. So with the patch in PLC 2, now that PLC 2 gear requires souls, we have more reason to be in either of the PLCs. Also, the wheel drops a lot more shit, so it's just a lot better. Also, we got another massive quantity of cosmetics with PLC 2, so that's cool. Fashion Land's the true endgame. In terms of the patch, I think the patch was exceptionally good. There's some things that I don't like, for example, the change to the live wire, the buff to pixies, that's like, why? And there's some things that'll need fine-tuning after some of the balance things they did. For example, I think Dreadwind should be looked at now, that it can no longer blast chill. I think Dreadwind is underperforming a little bit, but the class balancing, by and large, was positive. There's lots of bug fixes, quality of life improvements, such as enchantable quest rewards, vendors at the end of the Chaos Chamber. I think they're taking many steps in the right direction, and once they ironed out the progression issue with the story, and then the item loss from the fix to that, which they did over the course of about a day and a half, I think it nailed it. What do you think of the spell charge resetting and pick up free ammo? I think it's a weird quirk. I wonder if they can fix it. I hope they can fix it. It's annoying. Don't worry, when next game comes out, everyone will magically realize how good Wonderlands was and show the new game instead. Yep. I said it happened with BO3 and Into Wonderlands, and it did, so I believe you. This gun is so good. What PLC versus DLC? Feel like I missed this. They're using the PLC acronym now, post-launch content, which makes sense. Downloadable content, post-launch content, different names for the same thing. I just try to use current terminology. That's all it is. Both are accurate. It's kind of like me saying ward instead of shield. They're the same thing, but I just like to use the most current terminology for the benefit of new players who might only know the new terminology. You know? Thank you. You're welcome, Steven. Same people complain an hour shouting the entirety of BL3 for Pearls. And we both know, T-Money, that if Pearls had been added, it wouldn't have changed their tune. Remember, there is a difference between people like K6 and Epic who have certain preferences and advocate for those changes, but ultimately do so from a place of reason and love for the franchise. Those are two guys I can talk to, and we can discuss these things, we can disagree, but there's still a lot of love there. Those are people who should serve as a better example to those who do want to advocate for changes. But unfortunately, those people are having a bit less reach than some others. And you hate to see it. Classes you're running. This is a Spore Warden Stabomancer currently. I can go over the tree and stuff at the end of the run if you remind me in the loot room. I have a terrible short-term memory, but I'll go over the spec. There's one thing I really hope gets added. If I have a character that's already 35, I should be allowed to take the Chaos 35 trials a new one, but also rather like the 2 at a time. Very much biased for my personal reasons. I just don't have time to grind all the Chaos levels nowadays, and I'd rather they go faster at the very least. Yeah, so there's the 2, as you mentioned. Once you're level 40, trials below 20 will go up by 2s. That's nice. I think they might ramp that up if we get more Chaos levels, which, you know, we almost definitely will. I think they might want to ramp that up. I think you're onto something, Neem. Because it is a huge time investment to do that on each character. I don't mind personally because that's the part of the game I enjoy, but if you're trying to get your Chaos levels to then do non-Chaos Chamber content, it's gonna feel like a drag eventually. But I don't support the idea of skip from 1 to the end, because what happens then is Borderlands 3, where people are able to go to Mayhem 10 out of the gate without any sort of progression, and they weren't prepared. The advantage of OP levels, yes, OP levels, that's something I like about OP levels. The advantage of OP levels and Chaos tiers is that it forces some level of participation, whereas Mayhem levels, you just hit the toggle and then cried about not having damage. Think there'll be another season pass or new locations, a lot of free space on the map. I think expecting a second season isn't unreasonable. We got a second season of BL3, and this game did very well financially. So, you know, it's likely they'd deem it worthy of development resources.
Never let me live this down.
Though between the two, I prefer Chaos personally. Oh, I do as well, but it is one of the things I liked about the system. The thing about OP levels is the framework was good. You know, you had to do the hardest content in the game on the highest difficulty you had available to unlock the next difficulty. That aspect of it, love it. That was great. Also, I loved DigiPeak as content. I thought it was exceptionally good. So, like, that concept is here in Chaos levels, and I think that's a good thing. I'd enjoy endless Chaos levels to limit tests and actually need to tinker with builds as much as I do. Yeah, I agree. Having additional Chaos levels that, like, didn't have any gear, because then that would eliminate the situation where, people feel pressured. There's, like, extra difficulty levels with no rewards other than personal enjoyment. And putting your builds to the test. That would be great. This would be a great game for a second season. I, however, don't think it'll sell well with the amount of community feelings if they didn't get their money worth from Season 1 so far. That's where it gets tricky, Pandora's Bricks. That's where it gets tricky. Because we don't know how true that is. We know there's very vocal people feeling like they didn't get their money's worth. I personally am kind of neutral in that regard. I didn't care for PLC 1 at all, really. I don't like it. But I also don't feel like my money was wasted there. Because I play enough Chaos Chamber that the gear and the increased variety for the chamber, I can justify that to myself. That's a personal take. I'm not saying that should apply to the whole community. That is a personal take. We have gotten DLCs that are worse on the price to content ratio before. That has happened. And in terms of numbers, very high profile news a few days ago was there was some sort of call or some shit, I don't know. But basically, the game exceeded publisher expectations. And I would assume that includes Season Pass sales, due to the Chaotic Great Edition including that. So, I don't think a second season's unlikely based on those things. And it's important to remember that Borderlands 3, its second Season Pass was review bombed to hell. But in terms of people who actually played that game, the second season, among the endgame player base, was better received than the first. Because extra skill trees, extra endgame content, vault card system applying to the whole game. So I don't necessarily think that we have the data to judge, at least from a business perspective, how likely a second season is beyond. BL3 did it, so maybe. I think that's about as specific as we can get. Because player feedback on that is not really reliable. Gonna head out. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. Love the t-shirt. Thanks. Butler new cosmetics. Good for Gearbox, giving us something to make our heroes prettier. Yeah, Fashion Lands, Don. Can I hate coil captures? Chums of the goat. Ratio. Pretty sure most of the people who love the game hate coil captors. Yeah, it's not well liked. Now, in terms of Glutton's Gamble, I like that a lot more. I actually like being in that DLC area, PLC area, whatever, whichever you prefer. I like the D3 method where you pick your rift level that probably only works because of their seasons. Yeah, you regularly reset your progress in that game. And you do have to still earn your rift levels. Your greater rifts. It's based on your performance. North will have another type of item like Primordial. Yeah, Ascended is coming at some point. In theory, a little while back, they're doing uncapped chaos levels is near the end of year 1 or close to halfway of year 2. Yeah, that'd be cool. Logical. It's very fair take with the feedback I'm hearing, even from some creators. Reception of the PLCs has not been overly favorable. Right. Yeah, I think it'd be fair to say that PLC 1 absolutely did not get a good reception. Now, part of that was messaging, I think, honestly, because when you look at it through the lens of it being a Chaos Chamber expansion, it gets a lot prettier. Just think about it. 4 new rooms in the chamber, plus a boss, 4 forms of said boss, a bunch of new items. That doesn't sound like bad value. Like, I'd pay for that. But it can be a messaging thing. So Sorry, repeating no chat goes fast. Yeah, I'm also very distracted today. Oh, what do you think would be sweet spot for max chaos levels? People are concerned if we get too many and leveling them up may not be that enjoyable. That's a really good question. I think we can assume, based on, like, existing information and previous trends, we're likely to get 50. But then that does make... So, assuming you don't have the skip feature, that's 50 runs to unlock max difficulty. Assuming you have top-tier gear from the start, which isn't realistic, and you don't account for the fact that you're going to need to re-gear as you progress. Assuming you're already fully geared, most of the runs are going to take anywhere from 7 to 10 minutes on like a high-end spec. 7 to 10 minutes. Let's say 7 to 12. We'll improve that range because Dragonlord is in that. Assuming you had like full primordial gear going through every single one. That's still a huge time investment per character just to unlock your difficulty where you then start going for things. This is why I hope they ramp up the catch-up mechanic, where if you're unaware, this is an undocumented mechanic, but if you are at level 40, then Chaos Trials below 20 go up by 2s as you do them instead of by 1s. This is the level 40 feature. They added that in the first patch, which is a good change. So, I hope the number doesn't get too high, and I hope they improve the catch-up mechanic as needed. Change the 3-minute room, and I'm fine with PLC 1. Yeah. The 3-minute wait, it's the pacing that largely hits me with Coiled Captors. The pacing's off, and the boss doesn't have HP. So those two things would completely salvage it for me. Yeah, after Ascended Gear's been around for a bit, I could see them adding uncapped cast levels. Maybe each level goes up an Ascended drop rate by like 0.5%. That's the thing I don't want, Name. I don't want any sort of improved loot acquisition or gear locked behind the uncapped or, you know, bonus levels, however you want to phrase it, because that'll create a situation where people feel pressured to do it, and then that could impact the integrity of difficulty. The reason why the true takedown system worked so well in Borderlands 3 is because there wasn't anything extra. You just got the mob density. During events where we had more co-op drops, that could mean, you know, significantly more loot. But for the most part, it was just for your personal satisfaction and putting your builds to the test. And that's why it worked. Because people didn't feel pressured into doing it. If you change that, then how difficult can it truly be if casual players feel like they're losing out on content? This is why this system works so well. Intense. Now, for veteran players and talented build crafters, this intense difficulty might not feel like a big thing to you. But this is purely for personal challenge and money and moon orbs. Money and moon orbs, easy to get in other ways, so functionally, it's not for that. It's just make your game harder. That's what this Switch does. It doesn't unlock any new gear. It doesn't improve your drop rates on your highest available gear. It is just make game harder if you want it. That's it. That's the way you do it. Hey, Struggle Bus, what would you like to see in a Season 2 for Wonderlands? I think it would be a good faith move to capitalize on some of the feedback requesting a heavier story focus, and you could still do endgame relevant content in second season, but I think making use of the D&D vibes of this Wonderlands world building for some more story heavy content would have a place in DLC 2. Or not DLC 2, Season 2. They could also do something like Arms Race, whole new game mode. That kind of stuff would be what I want to see. I always want innovation and experimentation. That is first and foremost for me. And while I personally would not get much out of story-heavy content because I am a gameplay-focused individual, I think more options for more people is a good thing. And it could be the inverse of Borderlands 3, where, say, the first season was story, the second season was gameplay. Who's to say that Wonderlands doesn't do the reverse, where first season's gameplay, second season's story, right? Takedown-like content? Of course, takedowns are just incredible. Totally see Season Pass 2 story heavy, so those are story-focused return to the game. BL3, there was drop of players on Season Pass 2 with so many wanting story, not endgame. Yeah, and that further reinforces my idea that this was the right game to do this experimentation in, being not Borderlands. It's Borderlands, wink wink, but nowhere in the title is there Borderlands. That gives them more justification for just trying new things. I'm the kind of person who would like to take it slow in the chambers, check and loot, look for skulls, etc. I'd love to have a speed up method all the way to max. Story expansion, slaughter shaft, slaughter like arena, and a takedown. Yeah, that'd all be nice stuff to have. I would get use out of all of that at varying levels. I would obviously spend more time in the gameplay focused stuff, but you know, not everything has to be designed around me. And that's an important thing to keep in mind as a fan providing, you know, feedback on this stuff. Not everything is for you. It's okay to accept things for other playstyles in a game that you like. It's okay, and should be encouraged. Man, I need more moon orbs to reroll this thing. Cost is brutal already. Get some break from whole Wonderlands talk. Still mentally tired after Thursday. I'll catch you later on. Good luck. Take it easy. I'll talk to you later. Let's, we talked about PLC 2 a bunch. Let's go over there. I want to work on getting more of the cosmetics. And of course I want some new gear. So I'm running to the bathroom, and we'll do a few runs of this. Be right back.
There is more yet to be conquered. Okay, we're back. Love to see another raid boss at some point down the road. Wonder what kind of new mechanic they'd come up with to start the boss fight and fight mechanics as well. How do you guys feel about the idea of them adding more aspect bosses? Like, still make it so, I don't know, maybe you need just 3+ to get to the Maker fight, but what if they added like a red one? No, just, this is the first unused color I could think of, but just more aspects. I think that would be neat. Biggest roadblock to story content is almost certainly needing to exclude Fret and Valentine, because it's probably not likely to get them back to voice PLC stuff. That seems likely, yeah. But that's okay, because guess what? They're not in the mirrors. We got Vespers enough for that.
Never shall I scrub them again.
Why does this mirror smell
like baked beans. And why am I jealous?
It takes a strong stomach. Countless threads of fate and fortune are twisted here, all wrapped around that castle in the forest. I see only vague shapes, a mushroom, a crab.
Oh, game, you okay? There you are. You see we can kill me? I don't know what that means, but best of luck, Tom Nasty. I live under a rock. I'm bad with acronyms. Personally, I enjoy them as characters. We really need to have them around for each B&B campaign. Yeah, I don't think we do either. Like, you could easily just place it after the main story and be like, yeah, campaign finished, so they left. Simple as that. Doesn't need much explanation. Hoping for the 7th class? I don't really have any specifics there, Struggle Bus. I just want something with its own playstyle identity.
I see a few
Which is hard to do, considering how many bases the existing 6 cover.
who may have a clue
But I just want it to feel unique. That's my only stipulation.
expertise.
Like, I want to feel like there's a game mechanic where the new class does that in a way that the others can't.
One of them has dropped a list of ingredients. Shall we take a look? It says magic shroomlets hold the fang.
Necromancer, I mean, Graveborn kind of covers that vibe.
Pirate crabs and
Meh.
what?
Yeah, controls on the same page. Nice shirt, thanks. Here's a t-shirt.
Shrooms grow in every crevice of these.
Them having left would kind of undercut Tina's abandonment issue storyline. You're not incorrect.
Pungent
You're not incorrect.
I can't smell it, of course. I can't even imagine. But I can tell from your face. That's an accurate description. I see 5 mushrooms in your future. Good luck finding ones without fangs. I think you're on to the goblins next. Do be gentle.
Bard would be cool. Bard would be cool. But a double skill class, no spells? I'd like that, long shot. That'd be cool. So a separate thought about current raid boss activation. Love the fact we can have multiple different types of chamber runs. How do you feel about an entire run, mini boss and bosses only, and symbols be guaranteed to show up throughout the run, so you could always fight the raid boss at the end? That'd be great. Currently, they've been doing for featured runs. They've been doing guaranteed maker. To the point where there was one week where they didn't, and they added the third boss that was missing later. But yeah, boss rush chamber runs, even a no boss chamber run where it's just mobbing. A survival mode sort of chamber run would be cool. They can do lots of stuff with the framework of the Chaos Chamber.
Watch out!
One week I couldn't find it, thought I was going insane. Yeah.
Boys.
Yeah, right, everything. Come fight. The storm takes flight.
A big ripe one's coming.
Got to over the build. Shit, I did. You're absolutely right. No one reminded me. Yeah, build, Spore Warden, Capstone, Stabomancer, down to 2 points in Contagion, 1 in Elusive. We've got the potential for Contagion tech in here, because we do have 7 out of 5 potent poisons with this plate mail on, so that's 28% stat effect damage. Got 60% from Wisdom, Village Idiot's a slight penalty, all collectibles, so it's up to 60%. So that is almost all of the status damage we need to facilitate Contagion loops. Now, when we wear an amulet with status damage, it allows Contagion tech, but I'm intentionally not wearing that right now because I don't want Contagion doing the work for me. Play the Angles allows additional ricochets, and then Quiver of Holding just quality of life for many, many weapons. Just a gun build with From the Shadows. It's very enjoyable. Ah yes, the build. Hey Scott, how you doing? It'd be cool if you could upgrade the Chaos Chamber with Moon Orbs. I don't think it should cost anything. I think you should just be able to opt into, like, different kinds of runs. Like how they allow you to select featured, extended, normal, or Chaos Trial. Just make it another run in the tab. That would be my preferred approach.
I see excessively large beams in your future.
Beans?
Those goblins are happy.
That's for filling that Moxie-size innuendo void with the T rating. Yeah, the ding-dong of passion. And the rumpy-pumpy in my T-rated game.
The pirates of this idyllic cove may not have much in the way of creature comforts, but they do have crabs. Lots of crabs. I'd watch out while you're collecting crab meat. They're known to pinch. And by they, we mean pirates.
I popped From the Shadows way too early there. It's gonna be right as it wears off. Yep. Skill issue.
Fury!
That's okay. Still damage.
Can't wait to throw some spells!
You seem like you've had enough of this crab.
Enough of this crab. Get it, chat? Get it? Enough of this crab? Do you get it? Because it's a crab joke. I get it. Wonder, how would we feel if they got the aspect bosses and also added them outside of the Chaos Chamber? Maybe each one a simple looking map, like Bark and Weep Wild Dankness, you want to fight the Maker, you still need to fight them in the Chamber. That could work. I personally like that you need to go through some gameplay to get to the bosses, but, like, this goes back to the earlier conversation about how not everything needs to be for me. If it wouldn't take away anything from me, then I'd... sure. Like, adding standalone ways to fight the aspects? Why not? It would mean faster build testing in some cases, so it'd be good for that. It's a why not both moment.
Was wondering when more you would turn up.
Like to let everyone know I was playing Graveborn and I didn't know what to name the floating skull pet, so I ended up calling him Peter Dinklage. I get it. Well played. Saw someone shredding that boss, the Ruby Spite. Ruby Spite's so good.
mechanics today? Tell the truth.
Caught crabs from worse. Like the ocean. Have any spell shot builds you like? Not really. Not really, to be honest. I just don't enjoy the nagging feeling when I'm playing spell shot, like I'm playing the game on an easier difficulty than I want to. And I can't turn that difficulty up as long as I'm that class. So that's why I don't play it.
Having a crabby day, are we? The recipe says, now that you've caught crabs, it's bone. Ah, the monstrous mind that wrote this recipe must be stunned.
Shiny. That shot's pretty fun. I'm glad you enjoy it. Personally, for me, it's just, it's not for me. It's not for me.
Step carefully. The trolls
Look at this
pride
crab.
themselves on the
Every
size
time I
of their
do it
bones.
makes me crab.
But as my cellmate Hagatha Swampface always said, you can't make bone meal without cracking a few bones. Troll's bones, ideally, not yours. Give those bone piles a shake and see what happens. Did you ever think you'd have this many bones outside your body?
Yeah, I think I like this better than the kettle drum already. And I can get a much better parts combination. I'm very excited. And I don't even have a beneficial enchantment on this thing. It's just area damage. This isn't doing area damage. A reco on a non-FTS gun class. Berserker. Berserker has just a really good damage formula for anything you want to do. If you're familiar with how Flak could just make everything do more damage in BL3, Berserker is basically that thing in this game. Just good formula. I'm using this over a kettle drum. Because it might be higher DPS, Tub Nation. Faster fire rate, tighter spread. It might be higher DPS. I need to do a more scientific comparison. But it feels strong. Also sometimes for variety. This is one of the guns that I'm actively farming for right now. I want a times 19 one of these.
All cute skeletons bone snacks instead of bone meals.
So I follow Quag because he hits me on to better things. Hey, I try to. I always try to spread the love of underappreciated stuff. The same combo with Barrage. It's not also in the world. It's perfectly fine. C35. Yeah, with Barrage, you basically trade out FTS for Spore Fuse, and you still do good damage. Either approach works.
You're making quick work of these.
Kettle Drum problem equals ammo. To a degree, yeah. If you're using Kettle Drum as your only gun, yeah, eventually that's gonna catch up with you if you don't have max SDUs. Yeah, I can totally see that. Pericles. What do y'all think of Clawbringer Berserker combo? Very powerful. One of my favorites, honestly. How you think the game's giving me Spore Fuse? You know, that's a fair point.
Every day's a grind, isn't it?
It's trying.
That's the whole list of ingredients. It's time to see the mind behind all this.
Spore needs Jesus, Chaos 20, no Spore Fuse, enchants are all over the place. Enchants are the hardest part, Thermal, honestly. Once you get like 1 or 2 of them in place, then your build feels a lot better. But getting to that point is definitely rough. That's one of the big weaknesses of Spore Warden. So much of its total power is in enchantments. Whereas something like Spell Shot or Berserker, a lot less dependent. Don't really like anything about the Spore class. It's definitely not for everyone. Like, there's not much damage formula here. It provides nothing to spells. There's certain play styles in other classes that it just doesn't synergize well with. For me, for what I like, it's scratching the itch right now. But that's not for everyone. Honestly, I don't see the issue with what a lot of people seem to have with this game being dedicated drops. Honestly, never played a Borderlands game where I had no issue getting the loot I want. Much like Wonderlands, I need to save quit a million times to get a specific gun. That's the problem they have, Tub Nation. They want you to save quit more. That is what that feedback is about. Like Spore just because of play the angles and ammo regen? Yeah.
I see an invitation to dinner in your future.
Yeah, the range is a problem with this on this fight. I can maybe use this to better effect when she's bigger, but I'll switch weapons for now. Each barrage charge work with action skill star enchant? Yes. They do. One of the main strengths of barrage, in fact. Guess we YOLO and try to mole man. Oh yeah, I'll be fine in From the Shadows.
I could get used to this.
I fumbled the bag. Oh, I fumbled that so bad. Oh well, we'll wait another cycle. I just got a dinner date with Vesper. How do I look, chat? Do I look dapper?
Thanks for the one-up. Fresh crop of cowards to kill.
Oh, there goes my ammo. Launchers that? It's the Mole Man. It's really good. Unfortunately, I'm using it in a situation it's not quite suited to. This boss is probably the thing I don't like about this this particular PLC. And at least in this form. We'll have to see what the other forms do. I'm hopeful that as she gets bigger, she gets easier to fight. Because her second form already makes her bigger. So just more of that.
Gonna need more magic.
Hey Walnut, we're to rank the classes from least to most powerful. How would it go? 5 of the 6 are not easy to rank like that, but Spell Shot would be the most powerful. I would say the other 5 are much more situational in their power. However, Spell Shot transcends this by just being overpowered. Okay. Had enough of this fight.
And death is your reward.
Be nice if we could go on her platform. Yeah.
There at the end.
I'm hopeful that, like, she gets big enough that she breaks this pot, right? And starts walking around. Maybe in this area. That'd be something. I'm out and take a nap. Wish you the best of luck getting the times 19 Boilermaker, and be good chat. See you around. Take it easy, Nate. Thanks for the conversation. Happy to have you. Hope to see you next time. A Harbinger. If she guaranteed, like, one of her drops, that'd be real nice. It would stop the issue where, farming the pirates for souls is more efficient than doing the whole run.
Just looking at this mirror makes me hungry. No feet, high or low, shall drive me from this place.
I was yesterday years old when I learned you could shoot those barrels for health. Did you know you can shoot them while you're down to revive as well? Well, that one got thrown. Anytime this chat's one of the few I really enjoy being part of. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Did I know that? Thank you. Yeah, make sure you're in range. It's like a proximity-based thing. So you gotta be like, let's say Vesper is the barrel. I gotta be right here. Hi, Vesper.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Hey, a new barber load. Dark magic. All damage.
The things you can't
Definitely better than the one I already had. Okay.
most powerful.
That is a Ruby Spite barber load. If I've ever seen one. Weapons in the steel suit good? The melee weapon is really nice. The melee weapon and the amulet are the standouts, in my opinion, so far. I have not used the other ones enough to have a judgment. Healing barrels and Vesper have the common theme of getting you up. Well done, Pollination. Well done. Want new weapons? Yeah, there's two? There's two. Hot take, I miss finding dice. You know, I don't disagree, Kirk. I don't disagree. Something about going for the dice for loot and XP, like, mid-playthrough, was really nice. I miss that. Like, it's nice to have the loot luck just there, but I do miss having them there on the way up. Armor calls Contagion. Yeah, it does seem like Contagion tech, but I think I still like Pandemicium more for that, honestly, Crook. Although, I suppose it allows you to start with different elements to greater effect. But I'd probably still just run a Pandemicium. Primordial.
This has a good heft to it.
It's actually the weight of an entire universe. Emily teasing. But it did feel important, didn't it?
Missing 14 dice, missing like 50 dice. I had one character that had them all, so now all of mine do. I only ever got all of them on one. The other ones I couldn't be bothered. Okay, let's try this barber load. Okay, that can stay, that can stay. Let's reroll this Boilermaker first. I got a legendary drop from the dice pickup. Yes, once. Only one time, but I did. It was a Saw Blade spell. Why did it say I couldn't reroll that? UI moment, I guess. Alright, another one.
Hungry for adventure, are we?
A Volatile Frost, Salt and Battery from the wheel. The boy slabs. Nice. Assault and Battery. Get it?
Get it? You got assault and battery.
That castle in the forest. I see only vague shapes. A mushroom, a crab, a bean, maybe. A very lumpy bean. Anyway, these are, no doubt, ingredients for trouble. Something unsavory is brewing.
God, I've just missed all the puns. They're slightly disguised.
Few individuals wandering nearby who may have a clue.
Why are you booing me? That's the name of the item. That's the joke. It's their joke, not mine. No bully.
Does not mean opening
One of them has dropped a list of ingredients.
Nice.
Shall we take a look?
You guys are bullying me. It wasn't even my joke.
Ooh. A little fortune teller humor. Shrooms grow in every crevice of these woods. To give the forest its distinctive, pungent scent. I can't smell it, of course. I can't even imagine. But I can tell from your face. That's an accurate description. I see 5 mushrooms in your future. Good luck finding ones without fangs.
I didn't even get to that area. Which area? I'm blessed. This is from the latest post-launch content drop. Glutton's Gamble. This is paid content, the second drop of the season pass.
Goblins that dwell here value 3 things in life.
What's your favorite area map? Mount Craw.
Preserving ancient architecture
I'm a big Mount Craw fan.
and their beans. You'll need to draw the alpha goblins out of hiding to get the ripest beans. Picking off a few of their less bean-endowed friends should do the trick. Big goblin beans bouncing your way. That goblin's packing.
Mount Craw, GTFO. I see what you did there.
There's one of those
Man, Ruby's is crazy.
boys.
Like, this gun is,
Those goblins are has-beens now. Or are they?
Using Chaotic, capitizes gun damage, area damage. Strong.
The pirates of this idyllic cove may not have much in the way of creature comforts, but they do have crabs,
One of it's the sexual humor as well as season 1 SpongeBob. Well, it's a 13-year-old making jokes.
And by they,
It's on brand.
I do mean pirates.
Like, the entire game is a tabletop being run by a 13-year-old. So, it kind of fits. Rise allows me to play with my sigil. Yeah, Cape of Tides is awesome. I really like the soak mechanic being available in multiple item slots. I think that's part of what makes it less problematic balance-wise. Like, it's got a downside, and you choose which way you get it. I think those are both important pieces of it. far below Ricochet. It's sort of loud. Yes, the I will seek enemies gun. Yeah, it just kinda... Yeah. She's closer to BL2 Tina than BL3 Tina. I don't recall if she's the same age. I don't know if they explicitly said she's 13, but like, she's the same character model from when she was 13. So,
I hear these crabs are to die for.
Hey man, what's up? How you doing?
hey, Ducky Dino, thank you so much for the 11 months. I appreciate it. I'm doing great, doing great. We've had some fruitful conversations with the community today. Covered a bunch of topics. Just a good, chill discussion Saturday, and that's been enjoyable. I've just been vibing, farming for a couple guns I'm looking for builds. Pleasantly surprised by how much I enjoy the Boilermaker shotgun. So there's two varieties of black powder shotguns I highly recommend. Kettle drums and Boilermakers. Both very good, even at endgame C35. I'm also working on launcher stuff. Stoker launchers with micro rockets, very good. Enjoying those, farming for better ones. But all in all, good day, good day. Hanging out killing pirates for a minute for some souls. Purple silver launchers are good? Yes. Sounds like you're having fun, happy about that? Yeah, me too, me too. I hope you've been doing well. That was a sound. You accept challenges? I don't reject them. At least not out of, policy. I can let you know if I have an interest in doing that kind of challenge. Right.
On the bright side, it's not crabby anymore. That's something. The recipe says, now that you've caught crabs, bone. Oh, the monstrous mind that wrote this recipe must be stopped.
Correct, should I use my Frost Amulet? The mag size or all damage? I was using all damage one because my ×3 loot isn't rolled well yet, so I'm using ×2. If the mag size gets you an extra shot before you have to reload thermal, it'll work out to more damage. But only if it gets you to an extra shot. If it doesn't, then use the other one. Anyone tried out the Hydra combat? It's worth using for the benefits of others, assuming you're doing a Hydra build. I've not done enough science with that one here. It's difficult because you can already... So because Snake Stick and Dark Hydras are the more spammable Hydras in terms of they have caps on the numbers you can have. So spawning more will just replace the old ones with new ones at the new location. So Head of the Snake is kind of redundant with those, and that's two types of Hydras kind of neutralized there, where you could just be better off by using something that gives you damage. I have not tried it out yet with Hydra spells or Hydra chucking guns. So maybe with those it'll have more value, but I've still got to try that.
At this point, you've broken more bones than you've broken sweat.
I think it does give me the extra shot, then that'll be a lot of damage. I've been around much, work's been extra crazy these days. Went out with the bud, got drunk, had a few laughs and good food hanging in there. Hey, that kind of stuff is definitely good for you. The human connection,
Much if I said,
and
appetite.
call it self-care. I'm glad you're doing that. I'm glad you and your friend had a good time. Stupid build idea, get as many singularity knockback sources as possible. That sounds fun. You can spam Rebuking Sigils pretty effectively on Spell Shot, and it just kind of ragdolls everything.
This many bones.
It's pretty fun. It's one of the few things I'll hop on Spell Shot to do. Have you messed with Nova Shield build yet, or they're not that strong? They're unfortunately not that strong, Chimpy. There's nothing in place to have them keep up with higher difficulties. So, like, at launch Chaos 20, Novas were already feeling weak. Not only do we not have ways to spam them, but they don't have as much formula access as anything else in the game. Like, they're just generic damage. So you'll get Elemental, you'll get Area, you'll get, like, stuff that applies to everything. But they're not, say, specifically gun or melee or something that you can really invest into and trigger skills off of. So they're unfortunately not very good. In Borderlands 3, to get around that issue, not only do we have more access to triggering item damage effects like that, like the Messy Breakup and Novas and stuff like that, but we also had Mayhem Scaling for shields. Now, there's nothing like that in this game. So they've only gotten weaker from C20 to C35, and that makes them not really worth. Shield Flex could get ability damage. I think that would be fair. You spend on the Hydra cap more, every Hydra source contribute to it. Each kind of Hydra has its own cap. So Snake Stick has a cap of 3. Dark Hydra has a cap of 3. You can have all 6 of those out at once. Ducky Dino.
I know we aren't friends IRL, but I think we could be, so have a pint on me next time, smile.
I'll drink some coffee to that. Thank you so much, Ducky Dino. And I feel the same. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $14.16. Like this build, now I need your armor and your amulet? Sure. Corrupted Plate Mail. Rolls here don't matter too much. Honestly, Plate Mail's probably not even optimal here, because of the way it does the element conversion thing. And Barber Load. So, you don't really need to worry about the armor too much, Striker. Just go for that Barber Load. Any Barber Load. This is the one I was using before. Poison damage, Berserker Power, Loot Luck, so it did literally nothing for my damage except its effect. Drinking brown sugar shaken espresso, so good. Ooh. Corrupted Plate Mail good at everyone because of the element. The most attractive thing about Corrupted Plate Mail is that it allows on-hit effects to happen an additional time. So things like the head cannon's effect, the explosion on crit with the head cannon, that triggers twice if you have a Plate Mail. So that's the real strength of it. Now, it can also be useful for giving elemental damage to non-elemental guns. It can be useful for giving you a little bit of extra healing through the dark magic status effects. But it is generally a damage down with some utility and skill interaction applications. So, for example, basically the way it works is you are giving yourself a minus 30% penalty and then getting back a 30% bonus element. Bonus elements do not get other bonus elements. Yes, cat, hi. And they also don't get splash damage in their formula. So it's situationally a damage loss, but depending on your chosen damage outlet, it can be nice. I just healed and you hit me again. Why are you like this? I'm trying to conserve stuff for the second phase, but you know what? Whatever. There we go.
She was out of her gourd there.
Also use it for survivability. Yeah, it's good for that.
I like the
you stop talking.
I don't know what my cat's doing. Jake, why are you sitting there? You never sit there. What are you doing? Come here. Jake. There's the Jake. Clean out your bank? A little bit. Yeah, I cleaned out like 30 slots for the stream today, Wisp. Are you proud of me?
I hope you got a strong stomach for salt.
Playmail doubles your torque stick interaction, play the angles. Yeah, you'll get more ricochets, but remember that you will have less single target damage. And that the ricochets you do get will be weaker. You'll just get more of them. Which is why it's good. Because if you have more damage than you need, it is more damage distribution. Using +2 Wrath and Nature 1, which I could get +2 Wrath and +2 Exploit. If you had to choose one, Striker, then I'd honestly say Exploit their weakness is a better skill. Even before Wrath of Nature was adjusted, I think Exploit's a better skill. Because if you're using From the Shadows, the only way you have to apply Wrath of Nature is from Play the Angles. So you get better uptime on Exploit. Using Body Rune. Do you think there's a better shield for this? If you're running some sort of combo that allows you to keep your ward broken, you could do a Last Gasp for fire rate and ammo regen. But I think those would be the ideal options. One of those two. Blazing Calamity with 2 radius parts. Yes. Please. That's huge. That's just gonna hit everything. Head out, have a great rest of your stream. Take it easy, crew. Thanks again for the raid and for hanging out. I appreciate you. New cosmetic. Never find those items again. Rip 100. Unarmored defense prevent AF shields from working? No. The reserved point is the new max J-Bridge. That's part of what makes unarmored defense so good. Because it improves your uptime on while full effects. And makes you overall have a lot more buffer. So you can still get amp and all that associated stuff. You just need to get half as much back to do it. So it technically improves your amp uptime. Take a tiebreaker, I guess. Big fan of builds in Borderlands. This game is the best diversity, so I love it. Well said, Irish. I agree. Volatile Last Gasp when almost always no shield and running on Dark Magic Healing. Might go that route. Yeah, it'd be good DPS. It'd be good DPS for sure. I need a lot more Moon Orbs. So I just gotta do more runs. That's all that means. Got enough for a Heckwaiter roll. Yes, I'll take that. Upgrade. So, we got a Boilermaker worth using. So that's nice. It's not the Boilermaker I want, but it's a Boilermaker. I just want one with more projectiles, you know, better enchant, etc. So I'll keep farming and stuff. But that's going to be it for stream today. Thank you guys so much. I had fun talking today and addressed some things I really felt necessary to address. Hope you appreciated the fancy stream. Tomorrow's my day off. I don't stream Sundays, but I will be live on Monday, 9 to 9:30ish a.m. Eastern time. let's find somewhere for us to raid. Join the Discord if you haven't already. We got lots of cool stuff in there. Lots of people to discuss mechanics and builds and stuff with. A theory crafting channel where something cursed is happening every day. Community saves channel where you can share stuff. I believe Tatsu shared a save with cosmetics if you're still looking for some of those, among other things. Let's find somewhere to go though. I need to get some food. See, Alex on BL3, Rapid's playing V Rising, Glundy's playing some Pokemon, Pascaroni's on Div 2, Tweety on Tarkov, Dane's playing Bioshock Infinite, love that game. Good spread of different games today, love to see it. I guess we'll go to Lazy. Keep the Wonderland's love circulating. Okay, join the raid. Let's head over there. Let's see. Appropriate raid message. Appropriate raid message. Okay, copy that. Maker of boilers. Lazy likes the Boilermaker. He'll get it. Maker of boilers, or Vesper Mommy, or appropriate raid message. I don't know. I'm not your supervisor, but I'm your friend. Thank you guys so much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and weekend, and I will see you over in Lazy's chat. Bye-bye.
You'll need to draw the